Hello. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, chat. It's been a while. It's almost been like a whole, I don't know, 16 hours. Speaking of 16 hours, Hydrift27, if he takes 1 minute on each, it's a 16-hour stream. Well, fortunately, this is actually not the first one of these streams. So don't worry, this will not be a 16-hour stream. I think we're going to be looking at like 5 hours at most. Hopefully. Ideally, we'll see. Also, I don't use this background track very often. Is that louder than normal? Kind of looks louder than normal. Hold on. There we go. Anyway. Good morning, everybody. Hi, Nyanable. Hi, Papa Joe. Hi, Othis. Just so you know, if you make a single mistake in the tier list, I will keep you responsible and haunt you for life. That's totally fair and reasonable. I think that's a good idea. Okay, so I'm still waking up this morning, which actually reminds me... Hold on a second. Hold on a minute. I can't start off a stream like this without getting some caffeine. And by some, I mean approximately... Hold on. Where's the total amount here? 151 milligrams. Approximately 151 milligrams of caffeine. What is that, like 2 cups of coffee or something? I don't know. Anyway. Surely you understand you've inadvertently signed yourself up for doing this with Ambanar. I don't think I did, actually. I don't remember that being in the fine print, Susie. I'm not sure about that. Hey Hunter, are you super ready for your pain? I mean, it's not gonna be as bad. This one, to be honest, this third part is going to be the easiest. By far. And you'll see why in a second. It's really not gonna be that bad, I think. Warning, I sell salt. Finally made it to one of these. Hell yeah. I mean, well... It's not exactly the most riveting gameplay. Of all the streams to finally attend, this is certainly one of them. One question off the top of my head: did you already rank silly? That's a really good question. That's a really good question, actually. Let me check. You know what? We might as well get directly into it because I don't even have my usual preamble before my streams. Usually I'll be gone for like a day or two, or like I won't stream for a few days, and then I'll come back and I'll be like, yeah, here's an interesting thing I did while I wasn't streaming. That didn't happen. That didn't happen yesterday. I was doing yard work. Not exactly riveting. I was pulling weeds and I was pruning a bush, so it's not exactly most riveting stuff out there. Went on a walk. Ooh, isn't that cool? Anyway. So I'm going straight from yard work to... Actually, no, I played some Magic the Gathering yesterday. That was pretty fire. Played some tabletop Magic the Gathering. Picked up literally a random deck. A random Precon Commander deck. And then I lost. But it was close. It was close. Anyway. Literally touched grass and now the functional opposite. Yeah, pretty much. Touched grass and then went home. Played some Slay the Spire and Magic the Gathering, and then boom. Touching grass to not touching grass, and now super not touching grass. Do a recap of all the previous countries, like a recap in a sitcom as a birthday wish? Yeah, so basically, in the first stream, we had some of the important countries ranked. Second stream, we ranked most of the really important countries. And now we're gonna rank all of everything else. Yeah, now we're... Okay, don't say it like that. But yeah, now we're ranking the D-list countries. Yeah, so these are the ranks so far. This is the tier list. I don't know if there's silly in here. I figure it's gotta be somewhere around like D or E tier. Silly is actually an extremely E tier country, so probably in here somewhere. Anyway. That's the sitcom, you need better screenwriters. I know. You're only getting the most riveting of circumstances, of situations on the Corbett tier list country streams. Silly is still yet to be ranked. Silly is C, and we... Okay, I actually need to give a little bit more context for the people who weren't here before. Essentially, the way that I imported these tags, for some reason, it split it into 3 separate categories of A to Z. So we did it once. We sort of went through the second one a little bit as well during the first stream. Then we finished the second one on the second stream. And this is the final. This is the third A to Z. And so this is, I don't know, I think it's 21 across times 3. It's like 14 times 21 plus 1. That's how many countries we have left. Can't be that bad, really. I love the mental degradation the 6-hour streams turned into personally. There's only so much entertainment I can really do while I'm trying to rank countries in EU4. Especially as we get into the more obscure ones that I haven't played. And it's just like, wow, I don't know what's up with this country even slightly anymore. That's gonna be, I think, most of the North American tags. Because I won't even remember which ones are which. Or where they are. Except for a few select ones. Which I think actually is going to end up being a surprising number of them. And it's really easy, because every time we stumble across, for example, like an Australian native tag, we're just going to put it into the yikes tier. It's actually really easy. Wow, it's another native country in the Great Plains. Boom, yikes tier. Easy. Sonic Deck when? Sonic Deck... Actually, maybe I will play it at some point. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. They're making new decks for Magic the Gathering. They're coming out on August 1st. Not the Sonic deck, though. There's like 2 different Precon Commander ones that actually look really cool. They're like space-themed and stuff. Anyway, we're not here to talk about Magic the Gathering. We're here to rank countries. And to do that, I need to actually open up the EU4 wiki, because I forgot to do that. My bad. Maybe we should have a colonial region tier? That's pretty true. Well, it depends. Because, like, the Aztecs... Like, hold on. For example, you can't just have, like, a colonial region tier, because, for example, the Aztecs are S tier. Like, unironically S tier. Anyway, let's go over the countries. I want every single tag, please. Okay. So where are we at right now? The first country to look at is Abica. That is in North America in Mississippi. And who knows what ideas they have. Not me. In fact, I click on them and it doesn't send me to them. Okay. Southeastern Woodlands. That is... These are actually some pretty decent ideas, I'm not gonna lie. These aren't bad at all. National tax, national unrest, 15% core creation cost, stability cost is whatever. Trade efficiency, production efficiency, land attrition reduction. Construction costs, improve relations, discipline, and attrition for enemies. That's actually not too bad. That's actually not too bad at all. Unfortunately, it is also a country that exists in the New World, which automatically kind of puts it into a minimum, or sorry, a maximum of F tier, and a minimum of Yikes tier. And it's kind of hard to figure out which one I'm going to put it in. Because I'm kind of feeling inclined to throw it into the Yikes tier, but maybe like a high Yikes tier, you know? Like, these are decent enough ideas. Like, what if I put them, like, next to Kato, or, like, Abenaki? Why do I remember the name of that country? I don't know. It's too much EU4. Next. That is, I don't know that country, but it looks like it has a boomerang on the flag, which means it's probably going into Yikes tier. Tragically. Not because of the flag. The flag is really cool. Oh, it's not even, actually, sorry, my bad. It's actually California. It's a country in California, Acoma. It just looks like that's a boomerang, but it actually isn't. Yeah, now that I take a closer look at it, it's actually not even close to being a boomerang. It is in fact a Pueblo tag with the American Southwest ideas. And those are just kind of, well, they're not just kind of okay, they're pretty decent. You get idea cost, morale of armies, dev cost, aggressive expansion reduction. It has some good stuff in there. It's just, like, not as good as the guy we just ranked. So, I mean, that's life. I'm too brain-rotted by bracket 4/high power commander. I just flat out think any card with commander cost 5 or more is unplayable. Yeah. It's the worst feeling when you're, especially if you have like a 5 commander cost, and you're just getting absolutely mana starved, and you're just having the worst time of your life. It's great stuff. How many in here felt personally attacked by the ranking Corbett gave to the nation you identify with? I hope everybody who sees their country on this tier list is as upset as possible by its ranking. I hope to make everybody dissatisfied with this tier list. In fact, I hope that if this gets posted somewhere else, I want every single comment in the comment section to be like, yo, why did he put these countries in this tier list? And each of those comments gets like 73 upvotes. And it's 100% correct because they don't know that most of these are completely vibes based. And that not a single part of this is meant to be taken seriously. Anyway, Air, these guys aren't terrible. I have played them. They're not amazing. I don't even think they have great ideas. I should check them, but like they deserve at the very minimum to be like a mid F tier maybe, or like they can have like that. Yeah, that seems pretty all right. I should probably check what their ideas are though, because they might have been updated in Origins and I don't remember. Air actually does get additional aura points for having their own achievement, and for the fact that that achievement is a JoJo's reference. That does give it additional points, I'm not gonna lie. And Air is a pretty nice name, that's true. Yeah, these ideas are just kind of alright. Trade efficiency, I mean the movement speed, kinda decent actually. Underrated stat, in my opinion. 15% morale of armies is rare to see. 10% production efficiency, missionary strength, land leader maneuver, and land leader shock. It's actually not the worst thing I've ever seen. It's not the best thing ever, but you know what? You get bumped up approximately to here. Maybe even a little bit higher. Congratulations. Okay, next, we're looking at... that is Algonquin. Isn't Air one of the few easy tags in that region? I have no idea, to be honest. I don't know what people consider to be easy or hard tags in West Africa. Because on one hand, like, Mali, if you get past the disaster, is super easy. But the disaster is what makes it hard. I don't know. Hold on, let me check where I put the rest of the West African tags. I'm pretty sure I put most of them into F tier, didn't I? Like, yeah, these are most of the West African tags here. We've got some, see, here's Benin. Here's Benin, so if air is here and that's Benin, like, I think that's totally fair. I think that is totally air, even. Next, Algonquin. They have northeastern woodlands ideas. That means they get to go into the same position as... Actually, I have not ranked most of these countries, have I? Have I ranked any of the northeastern woodlands ones? I actually don't think I have. Oh. Okay, well, it's gonna go into F tier, but I feel like it's gonna go... It's gonna go like there. Their ideas are really not amazing. I mean, they have some decent things. They get the 28 global settler increase, but it's super late into their ideas. Well, that's kind of too bad. Next. That is Altamaha in North America in the southeast. What do you have? Southeastern woodlands ideas. We're gonna put them in the same position as... Wait, where did I put these countries? Did I rank Cherokee yet? Where's Cherokee? That's Hawaii. That's... Chuvani, maybe? Okay, I guess I did actually rank... Wait, where did I rank Cherokee? Am I blind? Oh, there's Cherokee. Okay, yeah. I put Cherokee in F tier? I'm so kind to them. Okay. You know what? I mean, the ideas are not amazing, but we'll put you in there. That's fine. Why did I put Cherokee in F tier? What are their ideas like? Hold on. You forgot. I guess you have to rank everything again and take notes. That's true. That's pretty real. Cherokee does have good ideas. I just don't know why I didn't decide to put him in the bottom tier. It's kind of weird. Kind of wanky. Oh, I think it's because in my head, for some reason, I thought Cherokee was like a confederation formable country. I don't know. You know what? I can't be bothered to move them. They get grandfathered into that position. There you go. Next. That is Anilco in North America again. Wow. Riveting. Who could have guessed? It's another tag in North America. So rare to find one of those these days. Okay, so this is going to be, where did I put that? There it is. Southeastern Woodlands, congratulations. You get to go in precisely the same location as this country. Next, that's Aotearoa. I'm pretty sure they also suck. Let me just do a double check on that one. I think they suck, but not as bad as most of the other native countries because they don't have to reform. It is the formable one, yeah. So they have the iwi ideas. Actually, no, I think they just keep the ideas that they usually have, right? You don't get new ideas when you form Aotearoa, do you? Oh no, you do. What? Okay. I lied. I lied a lot, actually. Okay, so the iwi ideas are just kinda mid. Darn. Actually, you could run a really solid Aotearoa Republic. Just because, ironically, from the Maori King movement, you can get additional yearly Republican tradition. But anyway, yeah, yeah. It's really not that great. They do actually gain one slight bonus. They will not be going directly into Yikes tier. They do, in fact, get to go towards the bottom of F tier. That is not killable, by the way. Also, for Ghana, I meant to re-rank these guys. I think I'm gonna move them up because they do actually get access to the Mongol missions. And that's like one of the things that gives them something. They're not that good though. I'm just gonna put them like here. I've actually changed my mind on Fergana. Next. I have to scroll through so many countries at this point. Who is that? Arapaho. North America, Great Plains, probably F tier, but where in F tier? Ooh.
Kwabi not like this.
Thank you very much, The Weapon, for the 2-month sub. I appreciate that. Sorry, I got stunlocked by that for a second. Mildly, like I lost my train of thought. Arapaho, they have the Plains native ideas. It's Arapaho. Okay. I put the emphasis on the wrong syllable, my bad. They actually have some really solid ideas, I'm not gonna lie. I take some of that back. Yeah, no, I definitely take some of that back. Because for some reason, their first idea is minus 20% migration cost. Mind you, not the tradition. The first idea is minus 20% migration cost. Which means you have to actually pick an idea group and go through the first 3 ideas to get migration cost reduction. That is, of course, Admin Tech 5. Which, I mean, sure, you'll probably end up doing at some point, but if you're playing even a slightly decent game as a native country, by that point, you're probably not going to be migrating still.
Real, actually.
Cheers for all the vids. I've been marathoning the unbans stuff lately, and have fun with this frankly psychopathic endeavor.
Thank you very much, Lincoln Phillips, for the $5 Australian. Been marathoning the Anbanar stuff lately, let's go. I think you are going to have a lot more to marathon soon. You better finish the other stuff soon, because you're gonna have way too much to watch. Well, it depends. And yes, we will have fun with this, thank you. In theory. In theory. You know, the first 2 streams weren't that much fun, so surely if I just simply gaslight myself hard enough, surely if I tell myself this is fun enough, then... Anyway, yeah, the Plains native ideas, they're just kind of alright. They're really not that great. Yeah, they're really not that great. There's some things in there I was like, wow, 10% land fire damage, 10% dev cost, national unrest. But then you look at the rest of the stuff and you're like, oh... I mean, it's kind of alright, I guess. Kind of okay. Could be a lot worse, though. Arapaho. Definitely still gonna be a Yikes tier, but maybe like a... Maybe like there for Yikes tier. Wait, is this a Cinnabon? And that... No, this is a Cinnabon. Is that not Abenaki? Is this Abenaki? Did I get those flags mixed up? No, I didn't. That's Arawak. In the Amazon. Okay, that's gonna be like a bottom tier. They have their own ideas though, that's cool. Production efficiency. 20% land force limit is definitely something. Infantry combat ability, Diplo rep, land leader shock. Yeah, so basically these guys... Wait, hold on. Do they... They have events? They have events specific to Arawak? Why? What? If you are Arawak, and you own at least one province in colonial Colombia, and if Carib owns the Orinoco Delta, you can get a claim on the Orinoco Delta as Arawak. Riveting stuff. That is something. Corbett can't comprehend a South American tribe with some flavor. I mean, honestly, I don't even know what to think about that. Like, they do have two events. They're just like the least impactful events known to man. It's just kind of funky. Anyway, Arawak, yeah, you're still gonna go here. I mean, like, that sucks, man, but crazy stuff. Bump them up. There. Next, Arendarenon. Arendarenon. Yes. I think this is one of the Huron guys. If this is vibes based, they got more of a reaction out of you than the other ones in the same tier. I mean, that is true. They are one of the only ones with their own unique ideas. And unique missions. You know what? Yeah, they get bumped up. Screw it. Why not? Okay, these guys get the same tier as Algonquin. Next. That is Atahachi. I have never seen this country in my life. Southeastern Woodlands ideas. Oh, I know where you're going to go. I know where you're going to go. Congratulations. You get this tier. Next. We have Atig Nawantan. Northeastern Woodlands, so that's also going to be next to Algonquin. There you go. The next guy is actually pretty much the same. Okay, you're gonna go right there. And then the next country, you guys aren't gonna believe me. I'm not even joking when I say that, like, these are all right next to each other. Like, pretty much right next to each other. So, congratulations. You also get thrown into this tier. This is actually a completely different country, though. That is Ava in Burma, or Myanmar. And they actually have things going on. Isn't the rainbow flag row 2 below the red lion New Shire? If I had to guess, I'm gonna say no, it's not New Shire. Which one? This one? No, this is going to be... Let me think of their name. Chaki or something? They're in South America. They're one of the Peruvian tags. Yeah. Anyway, they have the, sorry, not them. Ava have the Taunguan missions. Good for them. They share their missions with Taungu, the main character. Now, they're not amazing missions. They're just kind of okay. They're not, like, terrible. They're just kind of okay. That's it. They do have the mandala system, and they are, unfortunately, they start with the Buddhist religion, which is the most annoying thing to play with. Or at the very least, just does not feel that interesting or fun to play with, in my opinion. They do have a nice flag, that is true. And their ideas are... interesting. Could be better, could be worse. I think, in my opinion, they're going to get a pretty solid... They're going to get a pretty solid C tier. Yeah, they're definitely C tier. But where on the C tier? They can go... They can go like right there. That's cool. Ava's the name of my toxic ex. Can we put them into yikes? Very fair. Why is Bohemia S tier? Hussite. Hussite, and they're actually cracked. Can I get a short recap of the rationale for that? No. Can't wait for Corbett to put my local native tribe in yikes tier, and I pulled the they use the same symbols as their flag in the casino they run currently card on him and falls in love with gambling. That's not fair, that's a distraction. Unfair advantage. Okay, what even is this country? This is Ongthium. Oh, that's in Australia. I don't even have to look at your ideas. Goodbye. Next. Bamberg. Franconian missions. Is that a theocracy? Theocracy with unique ideas that aren't that bad. Discipline. Tolerance of the true faith, tech cost, dev cost, trade efficiency, production efficiency. An additional missionary, it's not that bad. I feel like these guys are gonna go into the theocracy tier, like the HRE theocracies. Which I think I put like here, but not Cleves, because Cleves is a little bit cooler than that. There you go. Well, maybe like a little bit lower. There you go. Next, that's Banjar, I think. Yup. Pequot, if you're curious. I'll try to remember that. Robert doesn't know a random HRE tag placement from memory. Fake EU4 gamer, that's true. That's pretty true. However, I do remember that Banjar exists in the southeast of Borneo. I think. So I have just enough EU4 brain rot. They do get the Bornean ideas. which aren't terrible. I mean, 10% goods produced, that's pretty solid. That's pretty alright. You know what, Banjar? Where'd I put most of the Indonesian countries? Maybe I haven't ranked them all that much yet. You can go... You can go right there. That's cool. Chat, go easy on Corbett for his lack of knowledge of HRE geography. He's an Anbanar YouTuber. Funny thing, okay, funny you should mention that, because I do not play that much of vanilla EU4 anymore at this point. And it's to the point where I actually am starting to forget that some things exist in the game. Or like, because I haven't played vanilla EU4 that much since the update came out, which was like over a year ago at this point, I think. Because I don't play that much vanilla EU4, there are so many things in that update that I actually don't know about. Just to see your Anbanar knowledge, whereas Napes Bay, Tugayasa, and Uesurenu? I have no idea. Napes Bay might actually be, it might actually be right next to the Dragon Coast, in between like the peninsula and sort of like where, what's that country called? The one with the white map color and the flag that kind of looks like Brittany? Brittany? Riveria, maybe. Anyway, I'm pretty sure that's where that is, possibly. I could be wrong. Other ones? No idea. Anyway, next, Barus in Malaysia. He only plays obscure African countries and nothing more, that's true. Play in Europe challenge impossible. Okay, sorry, who's that? Let me look at that flag. That is Barus. I wish it would actually bring me to the country thing. Okay, Sumatran ideas. These are actually not too bad. Those are some pretty solid ideas. Advisor cost, merchant, naval force limit, production efficiency, trade efficiency, light ship combat ability. Did I mention the missionary strength? Maybe. It's actually not too bad. That's really not too bad. Okay, let's go ahead and throw these guys in the same tier, but like a little bit higher, I think. They can go like here maybe? Next. That is an absolutely messed up flag. What is that? Bayreuth, of course. Orbit, important question. Which religion has the best map color in the religion map mode? Oh shoot, that's a good question. I can tell you what it isn't. Orthodox. I hate the map color for Orthodox so much. It might be... Shinto has a really nice map color. That's pretty true. I think, I'm trying to remember the name of the actual religion. The Australian one. Or I forget the name of that religion. Anyway, that one, Alchiringa, thank you. That one has a nice map color, if I'm remembering correctly. It's kind of orange-y, I think. Tengri has a nice one, too. Anyway, that's enough of that sunlock. I answered. We have to get back. We have to get back to what we're doing. Stay focused, ladies and gentlemen. We have work to do. Bayreuth ideas. We have goods produced, aggressive expansion, diplo rep, religious unity / church power. Kind of weird that you can get church power, but not the papal influence. Okay, cool. Yearly army tradition, manpower recovery speed, discipline. That's all pretty decent stuff. Starts in a junior partner position under Ansbach. That's pretty tragic. Actually, no, that can be super useful to them. It's kind of like a flip-flop. Kind of depends. Anyway, you get to go here. Next. That is Berau. I don't know why I said it that way. Also in Borneo, I think. Southwest, maybe? Maybe, possibly. Let's see here. I like whenever I click on a country's name so that I can see its ideas, but then it actually doesn't send me to the right place. They also get Bornean ideas, so they're kind of like Banjar. In fact, they have every single identical aspect to Banjar, except I think having fewer, maybe fewer provinces, and not being a tributary to Majapahit. So basically, they are Banjar, but a little bit worse. Where'd I even put Banjar? Is that Banjar? That is not Banjar. That's Banjar. But worse. Yeah. Next. Berg. German accent only stream 1. It's not even every time I try to pronounce things in the way that I think is correct. There's always some person, there's always some German that comes in the chat and they're like, that's actually not how you pronounce it. But then there are like 73 different local dialects in Germany, so I actually don't have any reason to believe a single one of them. Anyway, Berg actually has some really decent ideas. Provincial trade power, 20% infantry cost reduction, that's not that amazing, but then you get, immediately you get the 10% governing capacity for free. Okay. Liberty, desire, and subjects, construction cost, diplo rep, tolerance of the true faith, and for some reason, yearly absolutism. Which is just kind of odd. But anyway, they can also form Westphalia, but we're going to try and pretend that that's not a thing because it complicates things too much. So, pretty solid ideas. I think we're just going to throw you like here. Right there. Have fun. I mean, your R is pretty on point. Just remember, German is like Chinese. I feel like it is extremely different from Chinese. Unless you mean that it has a bunch of different dialects, and actually, there is no correct pronunciation, because someone will always tell you that you're wrong. Germans aren't real is what I'm getting from that. Allegedly. I think Germans were actually created by the Dutch, and that's why it's called Deutschland. I think that's probably what happened. Next, Blambangen. There's the official German, and then there's and then there's the stuff everyone else speaks. That's pretty true. Lambangan, Javan ideas, tributary of Majapahit. They're pretty alright. I'm gonna put them next to Bali. Next. Bologna. They do have a unique achievement and some decent ideas. Construction cost, fort defense, morale of armies, re-election cost. That is really good, actually. What? Plus 0.3 Republican tradition and minus 20% re-election cost in the same idea is kind of cracked. That is crazy. 10% goods produced, 5% tech cost, 10% dev cost. Bologna actually kind of cracked? I'm gonna put him in the Italian minor country list. But maybe I'll bump them up like a little bit. Actually, maybe they deserve more. Maybe they get to go into a solid... Ooh, I don't know about B tier. That's pushing it, maybe. Well, I mean, maybe. The ideas are that good. Like, the election cost thing on its own is so insanely powerful. I might actually just give him B tier. Like, it's kind of crazy. 20% re-election cost reduction. So let me think about that. Usually you can get elections down to 2 years, right? With republics, you kind of want your elections to be as short as possible, because it lets you stack your leader to 666 as fast as possible. Of course, that requires re-electing, and so I think when you reduce it to 2 years, it costs 5 Republican tradition. And so this brings it down to 4, which is pretty big, actually. Sorry, I'm ranting about a country I've already ranked. Next. That is, I think that's Bone, and if I remember correctly, they're extremely mid. I don't even know if I want to check. You get to go... It's like Bali tier, but worse. You get to go in the Makassar tier. Have fun. Is that Makassar? I don't know, I think it is. Next. That is Bonneman, I think. Where is Malwa? I couldn't tell you. I don't remember anymore. Generic West African ideas. Riveting stuff. Yeah, you're gonna go into the West Africa tier. And that's generally that's kind of right here. Next. That's Bregenz, I think. Currently playing Eilnar. Which path do I go? Void, Lithial, Davar, Citrior, or Batteries? I don't know what any of those mean because I have not played Eilnar. Or at least when I did, I didn't get that far. But I like the batteries idea. I think we should always go the battery path. Send all of the old elves to the battery factory. Alright, so, national manpower, idea cost, right off the bat. I love to see idea cost in the traditions of any country that is so based. Especially when it's followed up with 5% discipline. I kind of like what I'm looking at here. You know what? They don't have an amazing position, but they have decent enough starting ideas that I am willing to give them. Well, hold on. Let me think about that for a second. They can maybe get like an E tier actually. Well, maybe like above, maybe a little bit above an E tier. Maybe there you go. Next, we have, that's Buryatia. That's a revolter tag in East Siberia, which means I don't really know much about them. Wait, isn't Buryatia, isn't that like an event country as well as a revolter? Maybe I'm crazy. Anyway, I assume they're going to get some decent missions at least. Wait, what is their culture group? Who knows? I mean, I assume that they're going to end up getting the right ideas to get the missions. But what if they don't? I don't know. We're just gonna put them in... I could just put them in F for Forgotten. That is the Forgotten tier. Test it live right now? No. There you go. Next. Butone. Ryatia is one of the few tags that used to exist but got removed. I knew I had seen that somewhere before. Oh yeah, Butone. That actually goes right next to Bone. I think that's Bone. Maybe. Where's that Bone? Shoot. That's Bone. Alrighty, Butuan. Who has the Butuan ideas. Crazy stuff. They are in the Philippines. Could be Malwa. I feel like I didn't put Malwa that far down. Probably. These ideas are very trade and navally focused, which is kind of what you expect from the Philippines. Have I ranked the Philippines tags yet? I think that's Makassar, so I'm going to say yes, and I'm going to put it right there. Next. We have... I don't know who we have. Cahokia, that's who we have. North America, Great Lakes. Our boy's still going strong with the bit. The core bit. That's actually where the name comes from. I'm joking, it has absolutely nothing to do with that. It's like do it for the bit, do it for bit, something like that. Sounded better in my head, honestly, same. I tried to like bounce off that joke and have a second one. Did not work out. That's okay, that's the nature of comedy. Sometimes you'll try to come up with a joke on the fly and it'll just be the worst thing you've ever said. The worst joke you've ever made, but not in like a moral sense. It's just not funny. 4-bit lore retcon, true. I think one of these days I'm gonna drop the real lore behind the name, but I'm gonna do it in a way that is intended to sound like a joke and no one's gonna believe me. I'm just gonna keep on making up lore for where the name comes from. And then one of those days I'm going to just replace it. Instead of making it up, it's going to be real. But it'll seem like I made it up. Because I made up all the other ones. Anyway, yeah, so speaking of mounds, when you click on Cahokia, you want to know where it takes you? It brings you to the Cahokia Great Project. That's really cool. That's really neat. So, Cahokia, I don't even know what to do with them. They're gonna, yeah. They're just gonna go into the yikes tier. We're just gonna, yep, that's it. Next. I think that's Chisque. No, that's Cajamarca in Peru. That's like slightly not as F tier. You know, or it's not as yikes tier. Because their reformation mechanics are not nearly as bad, and they can form the Incans. I think. Cajamarca, Andian national ideas. Which aren't the worst thing in the world. Tribal monarchy, though. That's pretty cringe. Could be a lot better, to be honest. Wait, can these guys actually form... Can these guys form Inca? I guess as long as you have the right national ideas. Let me just check something real quick. Careful, if you rate them low, they might... Tawantin sue you. Only Corb can remember every single Andes tribe, yet not know the rest of the South American ones. It's not my fault the Incans are actually fun to play, and they're the only country that's fun to play in South America. Please tell me you get the joke. I do get the joke, yes. The was more about the pun itself. Anyway, I'm stun locking myself by checking to see if you can form Inca while you are a tribe. If you are in the Andean culture group, then you can form Inca, and when you do so, you become a monarchy, meaning that it is totally fine to play Cajamarca. Okay, they're just gonna be like a little harder to play than any of the other Incan tags. Alright, okay, that's cool. You guys, you don't actually get F tier. Congratulations. Well, you might get F tier, I don't know. On their own as a country? Right, because I'm not supposed to be taking formables into account. On their own as a country, they actually are kind of F tier, aren't they? They're just like super mid. Yeah, unfortunately, that's just how it is. Like, they could be worse, but they're really not that great. Once you finish with the tier list, you should play a bottom to top using this playlist? Absolutely not. What was the name of that Bogota OPM again? I have no idea. Muisca? Maybe? Anyway, what are we working with right now? We have Calchaquí, also in the Andes, but in Upper Peru. And also Andian ideas. Congratulations, you get the exact same tier. Next. Kallenberg? Releasable country in Germany? Yeah, Muisca also isn't an OPM, that's true. Kallenberg, Lüneburger ideas. This feels like a C tier to me, but let me see here. They have gold there though in Upper Peru. That's pretty true. Same tier though. True, unfortunately, same tier. These guys are going to get the Lüneburg tier, but worse. Now, if only I can remember which country is Lüneburg. Isn't that Lüneburg? Right there. It is. Got that pattern recognition down. Let's go. Next. That would be... who knows? Campeche. Okay, we're finally on to the Mayan countries. On their own, each of these countries... Okay, hold on. We have the Mayan minor missions. That's a thing? That's real? Wait, Mayan minor missions exist, and then you form Maya and you get the actual Mayan missions? I feel like I should know this. I literally played the Mayans right when this update came out. Like, I streamed that campaign. Oh. Well, I'm gonna be honest. They're not that great, but like, they have a really good religion. And you know what? That might actually save them. Unfortunately, you do have to wait for the Europeans to arrive still. Which kind of sucks. But it could be a lot worse. And you know what? I am willing to put them... I'm willing to put them like right... here. Can't believe Corp fumbled the German on Lüne. Sorry, my bad. Lüneburg. My bad. Is Muisca the snot green noodle shaped one? What? No, this is Muisca, isn't it? Anyway, what is this? Carib? I don't know if I can be bothered to check Carib. Like, I'm just gonna put him in the exact same tier as, I don't remember where I put that other guy. Was that immediate yikes? I think that was immediate yikes. There you go, next. We have Kaski, Mississippi. Yikes tier, Mississippi edition. right next to Kado. Next. That is Cayuga, northeastern woodlands. Ooh, right next to Abenaki. Well, congratulations. Next, that is Cebu. I know they have Filipino ideas. I know exactly where they are. I'm gonna put them in the same tier as Makassar, which I put right here. That better actually be Makassar. I think I've referenced them like 3 times when placing other countries, so if it's not, it's gonna be really embarrassing, but I think that is. Next. Chachapoya in the Andes. Okay, you are going to get that same tier, which is, where did I put them? Here? Maybe they deserve better. Maybe I should be nicer to these 3 countries. Yeah. Yeah, I'll put them like here. Sure. Next. We got into Aotearoa. Low F? Not just low F. Bottom of F. I mean, like, on the map, isn't it not green and look like a noodle shape at the start? I actually don't remember. Like, is it? I mean, they are noodle shaped. Muisca at the start of the game is kind of noodle shaped. It's like a line, sort of. I don't remember their map color. It might be green, possibly. Hearing Kado pronounced like that and not in a southern US accent is weird. Since my mom's university has a rivalry with another university, as the towns they are in were both founded by sons of the chief of Kado, who told them to take half the tribe 3 days in opposite directions. That is some fascinating Kado lore. I actually don't even know if it's pronounced Kado. I'm just defaulting to possibly the most Anglophone pronunciation I can imagine. I always have heard the same A as in cat. So okay, so like Kato then. Presumably. You should bump the tag just for that funny story. We are not beating the vibes allegations. Next. We have Chactamal in Belize in Central America. These guys actually suck, if I'm remembering correctly. Well, hold on. It depends on if they're Mayan or not. I think they are Mayan, so maybe they don't suck that bad. They are Mayan. You know what? They get the same tier as Campeche then. Here you go. Next. I actually really like that flag. That is Chalaghautha. Novgorod in which tier? I don't remember. Northeastern Woodlands. Ooh, that's a Cahokia tier. Oop. There it goes. Next. I'm gonna put these guys in the same tier. I know exactly where they are. Boom, there you go. These guys... I don't remember if you're a tribe or not, actually. Who's that? Charawa? Oh, you definitely are a tag. A tag, oh my god. I haven't woken up yet. Still, somehow. It's like 11:14. Charawa is a native tag that does not... I mean, maybe it can form Inca? I don't think it can. It does have its own ideas, and those ideas are not the worst I've ever seen, actually. Like, there's some good stuff in here. However, it is also an animist South American tribe, which means you don't even get the cool tribal mechanics because you're the only guy around you. Your best bet is actually just to try and conquer and assimilate into Inca and then become the Inca. So, for that reason, you are going to get pretty bottom of the barrel yikes tier. Or the French miners E tier, because I felt like putting them there, and then I dug a hole too deep, and I will not be filling it back up. I just started putting them there, and then I'm like, yep, that's the French ducal tier now. There it is. And so there they are. Chav Chuvani, boom. I don't even have to look at that. Cheyenne. Please show upper tiers. We will give people one glimpse at the upper tiers as a treat in a moment. I think it's Cheyenne, not Cheyenne. Maybe. Possibly. Plains native Assiniboine tier. Wait, where's Assiniboine? These are actually in the same tier. That's Blackfoot, that's Cheyenne, that's Assiniboine. They're all in the same tier. Okay, we get one glimpse at the upper tiers. French vassals can take land without becoming independent, and since vassals don't get AE... Okay, what do you mean vassals don't get AE? What do you mean by that? You do get AE. No one can form a coalition against you if you're not independent. If that's what you mean. Like, you do get AE. It's just complicated. Also, I didn't know that about the French vassals. Pronunciation technically varies a tiny bit based on which Cheyenne tribe you mean. Either the... Respectfully, I am not going to attempt to pronounce either of those. But fascinating tidbit. Ryukyu should be number 1 IMO? Well, it's a good thing I'm the one making the tier list. Let's go. Also, Novgorod. Where did I put Novgorod? They should be somewhere around like B tier, roughly, if I did rank them, which I don't think I have. Oh wait, no, this is literally Novgorod right here. Yeah, B tier. We have Chiaha. Southeastern Woodlands. That's going to go right next to Altamaha. Next. I've seen that tag before, but I don't remember its name. Chichimeca. Oh, you are the one native tribe in Mexico, aren't you? Unless I'm crazy. Yes, the Animist Native Council. With native national ideas. Riveting stuff, folks. I forgot there is also Guamar, actually. That's true. There were two, you're right. Riveting stuff, ladies and gentlemen. The native idea set. They do have a pretty cool flag, and they have an interesting situation where they are useful. Thank you very much, Zed++ for the Prime sub. I appreciate that. Yeah, so like, Chichimeca has one good thing going for them, and that is that they can be used for an exploit. Now, you don't even play as them, but you can use them for an exploit, unless they patched that, and I don't remember if they did or not. Anyway, Chichimeca on their own is disastrously yikes tier. Unfortunately, the flag is good enough that they're going to go above the Siberian natives, though. Like, they're disastrously yikes tier, but they're not Australia yikes tier. And they're definitely not Siberia yikes tier. Next, Chickasaw, also Mississippi. They do happen to have their own ideas, though. And they're pretty okay. But ultimately, they're gonna go in like a higher yikes tier, maybe? Hold on. Where did I put... Did I rank Choctaw? No, that's coming up. I kind of like that. You know what? That's fine. They're going to stay there. Next, I think, is Chinook. Chinook is going to go even further down on the yikes tier just because they have to migrate so much. Like, Chinook is down horrendous. Northwestern native ideas. Plus 0.5 infantry shock? Maybe I treated them too harshly. Maybe I was too mean to them. That's crazy. A flat 0.5 infantry shock. Insane stuff. -2 national unrest and improve relations. 20% improve relations. Morale of armies. Okay, you know what? They have to migrate a whole lot, but the fact that they have decent ideas actually saves them from being like the bottom of the tier. They get to go there, that's fine. Hi, Go Papa. Speaking of Choctaw, Choctaw is the tag I'm prepared to fight for. What is What does that mean in this case? I'm just putting them on the tier list. I have a ton of family that are Choctaw, so I'm laden with fun facts and vibes boosting trivia to inflate their placement. That's what you mean, I see. What's your favorite state in EU4? What's that one in East China? You know the one I'm talking about. The one with like the 7 monuments that it has in there. It has like a bunch of development at the start. A bunch of like estuaries and trade things and monuments and decent trade goods. I think it's where Wu pops out, roughly. That's a really good state. Next, we have Chisca, North America, Mississippi. Probably going to go next to Caddo. Okay, I'm willing to hear out the arguments. We are now on Choctaw. When are we rating the Anbanar races? Bottom tier elves. We hate those guys. Let's go. Dwarf S tier, everyone else F. True. Do you want fun facts, trivia, or do you want a real argument? Okay, I'm gonna level with you. This country is very likely gonna go in the exact same tier as Chisca. Like basically, give me a good argument to bump it up 2 places from right here. Harpy S+. Real, true. Actually, no, I can't give into this propaganda. I'm being consistently gaslit by chat into thinking harpies are actually one of the better races in Anbanar, and they're actually not. Here's my argument for the F tier. For the F tier, let's not get ahead of ourselves. I was thinking I'd bump it up like 7 spots. But I mean... Okay, the Choctaw are one of the most successful native tribes. They have over 200,000 members today. So they have a Lucky Nations bonus, thus mechanically buffed. I'm sure that's true. Go into EU4, you check the Lucky Nation bonuses, it's there. It's right there, Choctaw. Who else has Lucky Nations? Ottomans, that's true. I actually don't know which countries get the Lucky Nation bonus. Solid arguments. It goes up to this tier. Funny how the last 3 times Harveys got mentioned, you instinctively agreed then denied the allegations. I feel like there's just an ongoing bit that whenever chat says something, I agree with it on the spot. Because then nothing I agree with can ever be taken seriously. It's like I've fully saturated, I have irony poisoned every possible statement I could make whenever chat says something. And so therefore, nothing can be taken seriously. Except if I get clipped agreeing to the harpy thing too many times. Then maybe that's a bad idea. I only know Croatia, I don't know any of the other flags. Don't worry about it. I feel like most people don't know the flags that we're looking at today. Also, it's been how long? An hour and a half? I gotta speed things up, unironically. Hold on, okay, next. I've been yapping too much. Shorty, Central America. I like how the tag is called Shorty, but the province is called Shortly. Spelling mistake in my EU4? Unconscionable. Next. I know what you are. Bottom tier. Next. Silly? They get the C tier for being a silly little guy. Boom. Next. Cirebon, East Indies, Indonesia, formable through event? That's not a real place. That's not a real country. Only appears from 1482 onwards. However, it is possible for Sunda to reform into Cirebon. That's not a real place. Those are some real ideas, though. Damn. Sleeper build country? That is... Okay, listen to this. 20% core creation cost and +1 max promoted culture in the tradition. That's to start with. You get minus 20% core creation cost. Then you get the cost of advisors with rulers culture, minus 25%. It's not really to start with if it's an event formed. Okay, but you can, if you play Sunda and you finish the mission, which, let's see here. So you play Sunda, you go all the way down to... It's actually really easy to finish that mission. If you develop 3 provinces, just 20 development, that's how you form Cirebon. That's pretty much how you do it. How quickly do you form it? If you own 4 Sunni provinces and then have 3 provinces, 20 development, then you form it. And that is like crazy fast. And then you get 15% morale of armies, then 10% land fire damage, then 2% missionary strength, 10% production, -1 national unrest, then 20% ship trade power. These guys are actually really good. Like, kind of a random, unknown sleeper build country. They are in fact so good that I would probably give them like a B tier. Next to Banten, actually, because these guys are also cracked. Demote Bohemia? This guy hates Czech people. Yes, I hate myself. Crazy turn of events. Turns out he is also Czech. Still not over the breakup of Czechoslovakia. True. He has nightmares. Coburg. Where's the Siberian Khanate? Non-existent. Allegedly. Not even the tag Sibir exists at the start. So Coburg just gets default German ideas, not even like the good ones. They get the really boring ones. That's cool. They can get the Franconian missions and form Franconia. I mean, ultimately, it's just gonna be like by Hoyt tier. That is boom. Congrats. Next. Kokomes. I think that's Kokomes. Anyway, it's gonna go in the same tier as. Where'd I put these guys? Right there. Next, we have a country. Kofitek Czechia. Yes. North America, Southwest. Southeastern woodlands. So basically, Altamaha tier. We have... Oh man, trying to pronounce Nawat. I actually, maybe this is weird, but I actually decided to look up how to pronounce things in Nawat. And it is such an interesting sound. The TL... Why is there an ant on my desk? Hold on a second. You, sir. This is my space. You actually don't get to do that, man. You don't get to just... That's illegal. Hold on. Hold on. You don't get to do that. Okay, anyway, where was I? Yeah, so the pronunciation for Nawat is interesting because the TL is not actually a TL sound. There's just no direct translation for that sound in English or Spanish, which is super funny. So if I'm remembering correctly, the way that you would pronounce the name of this country is something like Hoishtlawaka or something like that. It's like a very weird sound. It's like a T, but you roll your tongue back at the same time. Anyway, Hoishtlawaka. Basically Central America, Mexico. I'm just gonna like throw it in somewhere. You guys... Okay, see the thing is, most of these countries can actually form the Aztecs if they want. But we're gonna pretend that they haven't formed the Aztecs when raiding them, because then they're just the Aztecs at that point. So, I'm gonna give them pretty much the same tier as the Mayans. But I think technically a little bit lower. Actually.
Rose Patseska Slavensko Jehonazal Kitsu Katastrofal Prolidstvo. Translation may be possible.
I think that was some excellent pronunciation from the text-to-speech. Translation may be possible. Oh boy, here we go. Thank you very much for the 50... I don't know what the name of the currency is. I'm gonna call them Czech doubloons. Koruna. Okay. We went from dollars, the original ones, to crowns. Interesting. So basically, Sweden moment, except not. Because they use like kronar, don't they, or something like that? Isn't there like the Danish kronar and like the Swedish kronar or something like that? Out of curiosity, can you also do the... I could try the... It's like the Nosa, right? Nosa click sounds. They similarly stand out. I try. It's such like a unusual thing to pronounce. But I don't actually know, because they're like the different kinds as well. I'm probably not even pronouncing it that way. But yeah, it is indeed very funky. Crowns are a common name in Europe. This actually just confirms that Europe is not a real place, and in fact is a medieval fantasy world, much like Anbanar. Because they also use crowns in Anbanar. Anyway, we're getting sidetracked way too much. Next country. This also goes into the same tier. Because I recognize that flag. Next. This, I recognize this flag. You go into the same tier as here, because they're like right next to one another. This... I don't quite remember the flag. But it is very familiar to me. Comanche. Great Plains. That means I have a doorbell ringing, actually. Yeah, I'm gonna throw that into the Great Plains area, which is, shoot, I think that's like right here. I'm gonna be right back, chat. If the US dollar is named after the Bohemia Tolar, does it make the US also a fantasy land? Yes, but it makes it more of a fantasy land the same way that, like, Dark Souls is. Like, it's not as whimsical. It's called Europe, and the currency they use is called the Euro. Lazy world building, that's true. They should have called them, like... They should have called them crowns, actually. The whole currency should just be crowns. The US is more like a gritty Fallout mod than Dark Souls. That's kind of true. Only been to Florida, so I agree on the Dark Souls one. Especially Florida. Like, you ever play a Dark Souls game? Every single one of them has a poison swamp. That's how you know it takes place in Florida. Next. USA. North America. Southeast. Should have gone back to calling them ducats? True. Truth nuke. Okay, you guys get put in the same tier as all the other guys that should be in that tier. Boom. Next. Coweta, Mississippi. Mississippi, you say? I'm forgetting which tags are in Mississippi. I think that's you, probably. Then we have Cree. I know where Cree is, and I know what their ideas are, kind of. Because they're also going to go in this tier. But like maybe a little higher, because we're cool like that. Oh, that's Cuzco. Cuzco on their own are actually pretty decent. We're gonna pretend that they don't form the Incan Empire for the purposes of ranking them. But like, they're pretty solid. When it comes to all of the countries that can form Inca, they are by far the easiest. They might even go up a little bit on their own. They might even, I dare say, they might even get E tier. Yeah. Still think all currency should be called gold? When it goes digital, will they all be called credits? Futuristic sci-fi world? The currency is called credits? They should be called energy credits, in fact. Stellaris maxing. Anyway, that's Dagbon. Dagbon is in North Africa. Kind of. Sort of. Not really. They're more like in West Africa. But they're in Northern Africa, technically. We're gonna put them... Actually, what are your ideas? I have a feeling they're gonna go right where I think they're gonna go, but... Let's just take a look. Which would be F tier, by the way. Energy dollars, let's go. Yep, that's going into the bottom end tier. That's what I figured. Dahomey? I really like the name, so they're going to go to the top of the bottom end tier. They do have Dahomey ideas. You know what? I will take a look at those at the very least. We need to go back to energy ducats, I think. Get a little throwback in there. Okay, Dahomey actually has relatively somewhat kind of okay ideas. Yeah, they're just kind of alright. I'm keeping that spot there. This is Dali, I think? And I know they have something unique. Not Dali. I'm forgetting the name. It has a different name, but it's something like that. Something. Delhi. Not Dali. Delhi. They have an achievement. That's what I remember. Dahomey has a really hard achievement too. I mean, it's not that hard of an achievement. I mean, it's not that crazy. Like, it's not that crazy. It isn't a very easy achievement. You have to play in West Africa. That is true. That automatically makes it harder. Playing past the achievement is in fact what is harder. Anyway, Delhi. Delhi has Sumatran ideas. I'm gonna be honest, they're going right next to Barus. As soon as I remember where I put Barus. I don't know where I put them. They're gonna go here. Wait, is that Makassar? Hold on. Ooh, that's embarrassing. That's actually no, because never mind. So it turns out I was actually ranking those Filipino countries correctly, but I was calling Maguindanao Makassar. Like an idiot. But I was, like, I had the right country in mind when I saw that flag, so, like, those rankings are still fine. Just for a split second, I'm like, wait a second, what? Anyway. Back to Delhi here, because Barus has the black flag with a little temple on it. Where did I put him? I put him up here? In D tier? No way, man. I put him in D... Really? Put him in D tier? They deserve D tier? You know what? Fine, they can get D tier, whatever. Next. I don't even know what that is. Demak. Releasable / appears through event. Also in the East Indies. Okay, you know what? You can also get like low D tier. You know what? Yeah, you can have boom right there. Actually, that isn't even Makassar or Maguindanao, is it? Did I even rank Maguindanao? Have I been hallucinating this whole time? This is Maguindanao. I've never ranked Maguindanao. Hold on, I'm just gonna do that right now. I don't even remember who this is. No, that is Makassar. Okay, you know what? No, that's not Makassar. I don't remember what country that is. There are like 7 countries that are just like 2 swords on a yellow background. Stream over, Corb lost it. That's true. I've entirely lost my mind. Doing too much EU4 country ranking. What are you ranking the countries by? Like fun or power? Vibes? A lot of it's vibes. But mostly like power. Like how good they are as countries. But a lot of that is also going to be vibes based. Next we have Donauwörth. Have we ranked the papacy yet? I don't remember. We're gonna put this one next to like Geneva, if I've ranked Geneva. I don't know if I have. But basically, I'm just gonna throw them into this tier because I don't care that much. Next. Ooh, that looks like it would be kind of a cringe tier. Is that Aora? Aora in Australia? Darn, that's a real shame, man. That's really unfortunate. Actually, the Australian countries might be below the Siberian tags. If I'm being honest. Next, Erie in North America. I know where you're going. That's gonna go boop right there. Next. That is Etowah. Which is gonna go, they're southeast? Yeah, congratulations, buddy. Next. Next is Fox, and I really like the name. Tragically, they're just not that great. Boom, next. Franconia. Ah, now here's something we can work with. Franconia actually has missions. And ideas. For the most part. They have some pretty decent stuff in there. They also get some permanent modifiers from their missions. And you know what? They get to go into the German formable tier. But not as high up as Bavaria. They get to go like... well, maybe. They can go like... here. Franconia is pretty decent. What's the plan today, boss? We're gonna finish this whole... I was gonna say mission tree. This whole tier list. Yeah, and lose all remnants of sanity. That's true. That is a side objective. I think I'm already well on my way there because we're, what, 2 hours in and I still have... what is this, chat? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 times 21 plus whatever this is. So I have like 217 countries or something that I still have to rank. What is that? Fulo? Not even a real place. Appears by event, literally not real. Well, you get to go like here actually. I remember Fulo being like some absolute trash even when they do appear. Goodbye. Next. Geneva. I said I would put a different country right next to Geneva, and then I forgot where I put that country, so we're gonna put this here. Next. That is not Croatia. Who is that? That is Glogau. Allegedly a real place, maybe. It's in Poland. Isn't that Silesian? Glogau? The tier list is Corbett's mission tree. I wouldn't wish this tree upon anybody. There's Silesian? Did I say Silesian? I think I did. Oh, they literally have Silesian ideas. Huh. What do you know? Did I rank Opole at some point? Okay, these are really mid ideas, I'm not gonna lie. Maybe I ranked Opole at some point, but if I didn't... I mean, honestly, this is like not a great country. We're gonna throw that like... yeah, that's just gonna... yeah. Right there. Right next to Wales. Unless there are Silesian missions. I don't think there are. Well, maybe they're like really small Silesian missions. One day you'll hit the correct accents on Opole. Oh, is it Opole? I believe in miracles. Well, you know, if you get a something monkey typewriter, I don't know. If I just pronounce it enough times, eventually I'll get it right. Anyway, who do we have here? This is not Germany, that is Goslar, the Germany poser. Free city in Germany, Goslar ideas. So it's like but worse. Slavic languages generally don't have special accents. I really don't know how to describe it. What do you mean there are no accents? What does this mean then? Like, oh, I'm not hitting the correct accents, but they don't have accents. It's like the most robotic pronunciation ever. Opole. Opole. I don't know. Yeah, basically. Close enough. Ghostlar gets dev cost reduction, goods produced, construction cost reduction, burger loyalty equilibrium, but it gives them 10% more influence? That is extremely cringe, I'm not gonna lie. Reform progress growth, land force limit, morale of armies, diplo relations, and income from vassals. So it literally is Ulm, but worse. Where did I put Ulm? I should recognize it on the spot. Oh. Ulm, but worse. Coaching is S tier? I don't know. Anyway, oh, I know you. You're going to go into F tier. But where's the other country? Oh, here we go. Yeah. Straight into F tier right there. Because that is... I don't remember the name of this country. I just recognize the flag. Guarani? I know you. Also, yikes tier. Guamares? Yeah, that's probably it. It's the other animist tribe just north of Mexico. Just north of the Mesoamericans. But they also have Mesoamerican tech. And these guys are in South America, which is like being in North America, but worse because there are no tags. So you can't even make a good federation and everything sucks. Next, Haida. They're super far away, but they have decent ideas. Same tier as this guy. You, I don't remember your name actually. That is Hasinai, Central America, Rio Grande. It's North America, but every province is a month away. True. Hasinai. I have not rated these countries yet. Southeastern Woodlands. I've heard enough. Caddo Group. Athawekala. Mississippi tier. Which is, I think... I think that's these guys, maybe? I don't remember. Next. Oh, is that Hawaii? That's crazy. Okay, to be fair, they are a little bit better than the Australian countries, I guess. Okay, they can go here. What about the event for no war all the time? That's true. I did forget about that. Time to drop it a few tiers. Oh look, Hawaii again? Boom. Next. Is that Herzegovina? Maybe? It is Herzegovina. That's the formable Hawaii, so it goes higher? No, it doesn't. Herzegovina gets the core creation cost. That's cool. Morale of armies, missionary strength versus heretics, tolerance to true faith, goods produced. Actually, not too bad. Actually, not too bad. We're gonna give them... They have decent enough ideas where I feel like they could get a strong E tier, but I don't think they have any missions. So I feel like they could go... They could get like a strong above Irish miners tier. Maybe they do get missions, actually. Hold on. Let me check. They might get the Bosnian missions. Assuming there are Bosnian missions, there might actually not be. If Bosnian missions do exist, then they are not shown on the wiki. They might be one of the few countries that actually just don't have missions. Let me check. EU4. Like, they have to have missions, right? Right? Surely? Even Silly has missions. Maybe there are no Bosnian missions. That is devastating news. Okay, in that case... Actually, yeah, someone mentioned that I put them above Bosnia. Did I? Where's Bosnia? Oh my god, that's Bosnia right there. That's crazy. Okay, they same spot as Bosnia. Unless, actually... They have really similar ideas. Yeah, you know what? They get the same spot, roughly. That's fine. Next, I don't know who that is. That is Hisenwi. Also in Burma. Actually, these next two countries basically go hand in hand, Hisenwi and Hisipa. They're like Ava, but worse, I think. Yeah, you guys get to go... Congrats. Also, who is this? I don't remember. Is that Shoshone? No. I don't remember who that is or why I put them there, but I feel like that's a... Hold on. Well, now I've lost it because I've gone insane. This country. Oh, that's Sami. Never mind, never mind. Okay. I'm like, doesn't that look like a native tribe tag? Like, the flag kind of looks like it. And that's true, they're Sami. But, like, okay, that's why they're in F tier and not Yikes. Next, I think this is... I don't remember the name, but I do recognize the flag, so it goes here. This, I don't remember the name. Huila, maybe? No. That wouldn't be... That wouldn't make any sense. Unless... They are Huila. Why do I remember that? I feel like I should not remember that. Okay. Huila, they get to go into... Yeah, actually, they do get to go into this tier. Right there. Maybe above you, though. Yeah. So the reason why we're keeping the Inca tags, the ones that, you know, aren't Inca, but can form Inca in F tier, while the Mayan and the, like, Mesoamerican tags generally go up here, is just because Mesoamerica is closer, so they can, like, much easier... They can, reform much easier, essentially. Or much faster. Whereas these guys, I mean, unless you form Inca, are not going to have as easy of a time reforming. That's kind of it, really. Next. HRE. North America, Southeast, HRE. What are the ideas? Who knows? Corp's gonna spend more time ranking countries. My dad making up excuses why he can't pay child support. Bro? Are you good, man? Just gonna drop that on the chat. Are you doing good? What's the top most rated so far? Mugles. Child support, I think that's called nation subsidizing. True. Okay, well, let's not get stunlocked by that. Where's HC? HC's next to Ethowa, I think. Not that I know what that looks like. Hold on, what's that flag? Oh, it's the cool one with the funky design on it. Like right there. Ichma. I think that's the one theocracy, or maybe there are two theocracies, but I think that's one of them. What's going on? I don't know, man. Yeah, we have YouTube and Twitch chat. We're doing what we call multi-streaming. It also allows me to compare how insane one chat is compared to another chat. I do get to judge, and I do judge. Illiniwek, formable by uniting a federation. I've actually never heard of this country. When you say compare, do you mean this is a contest? We're trying to avoid judgment. I'm gonna let you guys be the judge of that, actually. Who's in the lead right now? I mean, on the insanity chat score? It might actually be YouTube chat. It could be. We don't talk about the kick chat. There is no kick chat. I will not be setting up a kick account. No kick chat anymore? No. Not even to begin with. Not even once. Anyway, Illiniwek, they might actually be decent, maybe. Not since the incident. Name one day on Kick where there isn't an incident. Okay, this country literally does not exist according to the wiki, so, I'm just gonna put it kind of where the other formable tribes are, which is here. And yes, we are still going to consider Iroquois as if we don't do that one thing that is clearly kind of not intended to happen. Because yes, as the Iroquois, you could actually decide to form the North American Federation, essentially, as I did in that one video. But we're not going to treat it like that, because I don't think that's intended. Next, Indrapura. I think these guys have a gold mine in Sumatra, which is pretty cool, but ultimately they're still going to go into, like, this tier, maybe? Boom. Next. Ingolstadt. I don't these guys have like decent ideas, maybe. YouTube short users are something else. Imagine watching YouTube shorts. Couldn't be me. My brain rot comes exclusively from Instagram reels that my friends send me and spending way too much time on Twitter. Very poor choice of time spending, I guess. That's a really, really bad idea, generally speaking. Anyway, Ingolstadt we're going to put right where we put, I think that's Landshut, maybe? Or is that, no, that's Munich. Well, we're all gonna put them in like generally the same place. Next, we have, I think that's Inu, and I know where you are. So you actually get to go into the yikes tier. Congratulations. You can go like here though. Next. That's Isleta in Central America. I mean, at least it says Central America, but it's more like California-ish. Isleta. What's the tier list based on? Vibes or world conquest or ideas? I mean, it's kind of based on their general position. Like, do they have good missions? Do they start with like a decent religion? Do they have good ideas? Are they in like a rich part of the world? Do you have to have like something complicated to reform them? Like, how do they play? Like, for example, if you're playing in Australia, you go into the yikes tier, because unless you're doing an exploit, you do nothing as Australia. You just kind of sit there and wait for 200 years. That's why they go directly into yikes tier, even if their religion can be pretty good, and even if it's a country that has really good ideas, their situation is so garbage that they go immediately into yikes tier. Anyway, Isleta, American Southwest, Pueblo. Where did I put the other Pueblo tags? Did I even put the Pueblo tags somewhere? I mean, Acoma is somewhere. There you go. Congrats. Next. That is, I think, Israel. I've actually never played Israel. They got like a whole bunch of updates back in like Origins where they're like, hey, you can form Israel, and they updated all the Judaism mechanics, and I like actually just never did that. Just never played them. Their ideas, they have yearly legitimacy, religious unity, national unrest, church power, discipline, production efficiency, trade steering, tolerance to the true faith, dev cost, morale of armies, and diplo rep. They don't have any missions though, so they just have some relatively decent ideas, and I'm gonna be honest, I have not played the new religious mechanics for Judaism, so I actually don't remember what they have. I'm pretty sure those mechanics are borrowed for the kobolds though, in Ambanar.
Can you believe it's 14 months since the Madagascar stream? Don't let this distract you from the fact post Shinhai China reads like fiction. Israel rank is funny and you will never tell Makassar properly.
Let me parse that for a second. Thank you for the 14 months in the Kingsguard tier. I sell salt, I appreciate that. And yes, I guess it has been 14 months since the Madagascar stream, bruh. Technically, that means it's no longer recent. If a stream or video was released in the last 12 months, that means it still counts as recent. And you will never tell Makassar properly. Yeah, I'll remember one of their... I'll remember what their flag looks like at some point, probably. Isn't that... No, I know which one it is. Makassar. Or is that Maguinda now? Shoot. Okay, whatever, who cares? Does he know, chat? I do not know. You're right. I'm cooked. I'm actually cooked, you're right. I don't know it. Does this mean Madagascar Part 2 soon? We did the whole Madagascar stream. We did the whole thing. Okay, so I mean, they have decent ideas, but no mission tree. Decent ideas, but no mission tree. That's kind of like what we've been doing with the D tier, isn't it? If you have no missions, but decent ideas. Maybe like a low C, maybe like a high D, low C. Like here, maybe? Sure. Next. That is Itza. Itza is also going to go here. Congrats. Next. That is Jambi. Jambi is going to go right about... right about here. Next. Jan Mayan. Obviously, that goes into Paradox Please Nerf tier. Money's not even real, actually.
Hawaii World Conquest when?
I'm gonna have to, like, take a wild guess for what that currency is. Thank you, the Were Lizard, for the Swiss francs. I'm pretty sure that's what it is. Hawaii World Conquest when? Never. Also, that might be the first encounter I've ever had with a Swiss person. Up until now, I was convinced that Switzerland was not a real place. Think about it. You ever met a Swiss person? Other than the Were Lizard? That's what I thought. Not real. It is I, the one Swiss person. That's true. I've met multiple Swiss people. That's not true. You're lying to me. That's fake. The whole Confederacy's in this chat. True. The real question is, which part of Switzerland, though? Because Switzerland is like 3 different languages mushed into one, but it's like actually mostly German. You have like a bit of Romansh in there, right? And like some Italian. There are 4 languages in Switzerland? That's how you know it's not a real place. Anyway, Jarai also gets to go like, here. French, German, Italian, Romansh. I didn't even know that they spoke French in some parts of Switzerland. I thought that was just the Romansh part. I'm from the aggressively alcoholic part. I feel like that could be anywhere in Switzerland. Like, are we talking wine alcoholic or beer alcoholic? Shocking that a country bordering France and historically influenced by French speaks French. Listen. It could be like a weird, not quite French version of French, which is sort of like... It's kind of like how Dutch is not German, but it's like weird German. It's like German with a lot more double vowels and it sounds funnier. I thought that's what Romansh was. I thought that's like what they spoke in that part of Switzerland. Isn't Dutch half French? I don't know. Maybe. Romansh is Old Latin? That's crazy. The area of Switzerland close to Tyrol and Liechtenstein. Okay, do they speak Romansh in Liechtenstein then? They've got to speak some kind of German in Liechtenstein. I mean, that's just the name. They speak German though. Okay, I figured, yeah. Liechtenstein is a dialect of Austrian German. Yeah, I figure they probably have one word that's different in Liechtenstein. It's kind of like how, like Luxembourgish. Actually, isn't Luxembourgish kind of like French, German mishmash or something? I don't know. There are like 7 people in Luxembourg. They can actually just make up their own language if they feel like it, and I would have no idea. Anyway, Jene, those guys are gonna go... They're gonna go like right here. Maybe a little bit higher up. English is a German-French mix too. English is like 7 different languages as a mix. Luxembourg speaks French, no? I thought Luxembourgish was like an actual language. It's one of the very few official EU country languages that is not an official EU language. That's because like 7 people speak Luxembourgish. I'm sorry, Luxembourgers. I apologize to all 25 residents of Luxembourg. Next, Jawara, North America, Southeast. We will not get distracted. Meanwhile, Liechtenstein being a village dodging all the bullets. Liechtenstein, I think, is actually only inhabited by the prince. And he's just like by himself in that one place. And it's kind of like the Terracotta Army, where he's just like set up a whole bunch of just like fake villagers that just kind of stand around and look like real people. I think that's how it is in Liechtenstein, probably. Anyway, let's see. What is that country called? Jawara. Southeastern Woodlands. Okay. We know where you're going. You might actually get a different tier. Who's that? That is Johor. It is a releasable country in Indonesia, which means it actually gets to go in the same place that I put all those. Right here. $400,000 people speak Luxembourgish? No, that's fake. Nah. Nah. Okay, so Kabu here. Cabo is also going to be F tier, but like they're going to be a little bit higher up on F tier because their map color is pink, and I think that's funny. So they actually get to go like right here. Orbit, why is there a U in your name? Because otherwise people are going to think it's Carbit. And also, name a word in the English language that has a Q and is not immediately followed by a U. Like, why wouldn't there be a U in the name? That's the real question. Q is a word. Fake news. Not true. Qatar? That doesn't count. Doesn't count. That is an exonym. Actually, I don't even think it's an exonym. I think it's an endonym that we just, like, I don't know, transliterated. Wikipedia has a list of words with Q that is not followed by a U. Okay, but I haven't seen it, which means it's not real. Next. We have kale. I think that's kale. Yes. These guys actually do not have very good ideas. Yeah, they are super mid. Kale actually goes into the same tier as Shan. Or one of the Shan formables. Wait, where did I put Shan? Here, that's Shan itself. Shan is literally just every other country that forms Shan. Like, they are identical. You form the country, nothing changes. All of those words are recent loan words. That's the thing. And like, how on earth would you get somebody to recognize the pronunciation as Quorbit with the wa, that part of it, without having the U there? Otherwise, it's just like you don't pronounce it Qatar. You know, you pronounce it like Qatar. Just spell it Quorbit with a W. That is so cursed. That makes, if you spell it with a W, that makes it seem like I'm trying to be quirky and like 2007 online. Also, yeah, you guys are going immediately down to yikes tier. That's also an Australian tag. Boom, yikes tier. That's not an Australian tag. Who's that? That is Kakchikel. Which I think is... No, sorry, that's the next country. I mean, I know what this is. I might as well just like... There, next. That country is not that. That is Kano. Okay, do you at least have like decent ideas, maybe? Or something? I think this is a cover-up by Big U. Joke's on you. There are many words that are meant to have a U in them, but the U is simply removed in American English for no reason, thus creating an inferior lexicon. The big U is actually just the way things are meant to be. Anyway, Kano, they have house and ideas. They're just gonna go next to Hausa. Not that I remember where I put Hausa. Hold on. Perhaps I have not ranked Hausa yet. Wait, no, I must have. Where are we on right now? Yeah, we're on K, so I must have ranked Hausa somewhere. Where did I put them? Where did I put them? I put a house up there? Really? In D tier? Maybe they have decent ideas. Alright, that's Hausa. Weird, okay. I think at this point the tier list has kind of devolved significantly. To the point where I don't remember where I put a lot of countries, and I just... like, I'm losing track of all of my categories, and I'm starting to care slightly less with each tag. Casita. Did you find Makassar yet? No. Makassar, I think, is a mythical land, only spoken of in legend. Casita, we're gonna put that next to Jawara. That's gonna be like right there. Next. I recognize that flag. I think that's in North America. Yeah, Kaskaskia. Great Lakes area. Want a spoiler? A spoiler for where I put Makassar? Sure, man. Why not? We're gonna put these guys... Did I rank Miami? Probably not. We're gonna put them next to Cahokia. Sort of. Next, Katsina. Which, if I'm remembering correctly, is also going to get... It's gonna get like a this tier, probably. It's in F. Oh my god, I did put it in F. Anyway. Ooh, are we speedrunning the yikes tier? Okay, that's Hawaii yikes tier. This is Australia yikes tier. I really like this flag, actually. The Kedah flag, that goes hard. That's a really nice flag. Okay, let's see. That is Malayan Sultanate ideas. We're gonna put it next to Johor. If I remember where I put those guys. Here. Yeah, this tier list is a complete mess at this point, but I'm just not gonna move things around because I can't be bothered. Oh, also, I didn't move... didn't move Jan Mayan. Okay, I don't know what to do with the Easter egg tags. Because what are you gonna do with Jan Mayan? I mean, they are literally overpowered. Jan Mayan starts with the Imperialism CB and a 75 regiment strong army. It also gains the Lucky Nation modifier regardless of whether Lucky Nations are enabled, and keeps the luck if the player is playing as Jan Mayan. Jan Mayan also gets the Invasion modifier, which grants 25% discipline, 100% manpower recovery speed, 100% sailor recovery speed, 600 tax income, which is flat, not 600%, just a flat 600 tax income. Plus 100 land and naval force limit, 100,000 manpower increase, 10,000 sailor increase, 75% core creation cost reduction, minus 10 national unrest, half land attrition, and minus 1 yearly corruption. So I think it actually deserves the Paradox Please Nerf tier. How do I get that buff for my nation? Play Jan Mayan and then form a different country. I think it'll work. Anyway, that's Kalantan. That's also going to go in relatively the same spot as those other countries. Like these ones. Then we have... Please let this be an easy yikes tier. Codint, that is an easy yikes tier. Let's go next. That's Mesoamerica Mayan tier. This is also Mesoamerica, I think. No, that's Kiowa, never mind. Great Plains. Spain should be a nerf. I've heard many an argument for that, and I might move it. Mayhaps. Actually, no. We had a whole argument about this in the last stream, didn't we? Yes, we did have a whole argument about that in the last stream. I'm not going to move it. I don't want to do this again. Next. Right, what's her name? Iowa. Why are there 11 references to Kiowa? Sonoran? Or like, I'm Snoran the way that this country's so boring when I play them. Got him. It's gonna go next to Comanche. Kispoko is next. That's gonna go right about here. I think that's Koch. These guys are, I'm pretty sure, a tribe in northeastern India and really suck to play. Kind of like Manipur, but slightly better. Oh, they're actually a feudal nobility. And they have Bengali ideas. Maybe I treated them too harshly. Okay, Bengali ideas are not that good. They're decent, but they're not crazy or anything. You guys can go into the minor Indian country tier. Congrats. That's Borneo. I remember what you have, and it's not great. Wait, is that Borneo? No, because that would be B. That doesn't make any sense. That's Kong. My bad. What was that OP country called? Did not understand the name. Jan Mayan. Or I guess it's like Jan Mayen, because it's Norwegian. It's actually a place in Norway. It's an island. Anyway, Kong is... They... Yeah, you know what? They're gonna get like Fada in Gorma tier. There you go. Next. That is Constance. It's Dutch, actually? Okay, so it would still be like Jan Mayen then. Who's named after the guy who discovered it, Jan Mayen. That's him. That's the guy himself, John Mayen. Okay, Konstanz is like Donauwörth, but like literally the same thing, pretty much. Which is, I think, you. Next. Kulin. Ooh, Australian Revolter tag. Let's go. Next. Kutai. Borneo, but like slightly better. If I'm remembering correctly. Majapahit? No, that's not Majapahit. That's Lakota. Great Plains. Real guy's name was Jan Jacobson May van Schellenkroot. It's also the first properly discovered territory by Austria-Hungary. By Austria-Hungary, back when it was like the Austrian Netherlands? Back when they had the Netherlands? No? Wait, did the Austrians even have the Netherlands? Hold on, maybe I think the EU4 brain rot has distorted my actual understanding of history. They did have Belgium, okay. Because I know it was the Spanish Netherlands, and then Austria kind of got funky with it. Oh, they had it and then gave it to Spain, then later got Belgium and Luxembourg back. Bruh. Wait, is that why Belgium is... Pretty sure Belgium is like more Catholic than the Netherlands are, right? Like, is that the reason why? That actually makes a lot of sense. Well, maybe that's not the reason why, but maybe that's just like part of the whole deal. Pretty much interesting. Anyway, I'm getting stun locked again. Lakota. It's gonna go right next to Kiowa. Next. Lanao? Not a real place, to be honest. Sure. No one's even going to check. Like, does anybody care where I rank Lanao? I don't think so. Landshut, that's gonna go right where I put the other countries. Like the other Bavarian formable or forming countries. Lanfang, the goat. Okay, so Lanfang is kind of a weird one. I'm pretty sure they have a unique government reform, don't they? Or am I crazy? Unique government reform, the Kongsi Federation. I need to play Lanfang in Victoria 3, to be honest. I've actually tried. It sucks to play them. Anyway, yeah, they have the Kongsi Federation, and they have some events. I would like to look at the Kongsi Federation. Yeah, they also have a wacky primary culture, Hakka, which is a Chinese culture, I think. Kongsi Federation disables the nobility estate and gives you cheap drafting of transport ships. It also gives you plus 0.5 yearly Republican tradition, which is kinda goated, and 10% production efficiency. So yeah, you know what? Just because they're a really cool republic, and I would like to learn more about the history of Lanfang because it's such a wacky country, I think they get to go in a higher D tier. But like, not that high up. Next, is that an Australian native tag? You know where that's going. Boop. What's next? Lao? Ooh, Oceania, you say? That's unfortunate. Next. Lenape. Or Lenape, maybe. Eastern Algonquin Delaware Group. Where did I put those guys? There you go. This is Libertatia? That's the one. Pirate Republic appears by event. It kind of gets the Pirate Republic tier. I'm gonna put it pretty much where I put Cornwall, but worse. Where did I put Cornwall? I didn't put it that high up. I'm blind. I can't see it. Oh, there's Cornwall. There you go. It's in Madagascar, though. Makes it pretty pointless to raid. It's not pointless to raid when you can just, like, take one province somewhere else and then immediately get access to raiding India. It is the one in Madagascar. Next, I don't know who that is. That is Ligor. You know what? You get to go right about there. Congrats. Next. Lipan. Central America, Rio Grande. I think I have an idea where to put these guys. Next, Lippe. The releasable Lippe. It's really is the native hate stream. I am doing my objective analysis of the starting situations of these countries. And frankly, they suck. It is tragic. Maybe have they considered maybe having geographic determinism is outdated? Okay, listen, we're talking about EU4. Have they considered having better mechanics in game? That's what I thought. Okay, Lippe has generic German ideas releasable by Berg. That is pretty tragic. Trying to remember where I put the other one. Like in Nassau? Whoever else has like generic German ideas. But I don't remember. Oops. Lippe. You guys get to go right there. Right there. Maybe even a little further down. There you go. Next. Lotharingia. That's definitely going to be at least, at minimum, an A tier. Very likely an S tier. But I don't know if I'm willing to go all the way to Paradox Please Nerf. Like, I'm thinking... like, that's pretty solid, I feel. Ligor's quite okay. You get some Ayutthaya provinces for free from an event. That is so obscure. I'm keeping it where it is. Mods are here, everyone scramble. We got Lusatia. Also Silesian, I think. They have their own ideas, though. That's cool. They're Sorbian, actually. And their ideas are just kind of alright. No missions either, eh? Intriguing. Interesting. Yeah, you guys are gonna have that. No. Yeah. There you go. Sokoto Part 2? Actually, who is that? Luwu. Can I be bothered to check their ideas? Yes, I will, I guess. They said it's Sorban time and then sorbed all over the place. Let's go. Sulawesi ideas. I mean... yeah, you're gonna... I don't know, man. I feel like I really need to populate the E tier a little bit more. E tier has kind of been lacking because I've been putting so many countries in the D tier. A lot of the countries in the D tier don't even deserve D tier. Like, they deserve E or worse. But I was too nice to one of the tags, and then I just kind of group them together, and like, now it's just, it is what it is. This is, I don't remember the name. I want to say Madina, but I know that's not true. That's not what it is. Messina. I was pretty close, actually, and it's a formable. But D is green. True. Hello, Cole McMullen. How's it going? Messina's a formable. That's so weird. It's a formable with absolutely no ideas and no missions. That's cool. In other words, it is a husk of a country that doesn't really gain anything special and therefore goes into the F tier. This is Madias. I'm just gonna put it in the same tier that I put these guys. There you go. Next. That is, I don't remember what this guy is. Mahikan. Maybe it's Mahikan. Could be. Northeastern woodland ideas. That's the wrong place to put it. Hold on. There you go. Next. Money's not even real, actually. Thank you, I Sell Salt, for the 10 Czech kroner. Wouldn't let me do a singular crowd. Yeah, I'm pretty sure... Wait, yeah, how much even is a crown? What is one Czech crown? That is 6.5 Canadian cents. For one of them, I mean. Koruna. 10 of them is 65 Canadian cents. That is cursed. It is pretty cursed. Why is it a crown if... Oh, true! Solid point, Betseg. Why are they called crowns if it's the Czech Republic? Checkmate. Has our relevance died with the Czech crown? Tragic. No one knew what else to call them. That's pretty real. Ooh, is that an Australian tag? That makes my life easier. Next. Maliseet, North America, Canada. That's definitely going to be F tier somewhere. You get to be next to Inu. Have fun. Mapuche in the Andes, but it's in La Plata, which makes it like 20 times worse. It's like in the Andes, except you get to have no fun. Next. Well, maybe Mapuche has something interesting. You know what? I'll at least take a look. Animist South American tribe. Oh, they can't even form Inca. Huh. Those ideas are just kind of okay. You know what? Maybe I was too harsh on you. You get bumped up like 4 spots or something. There you go. Next. That is the Central America tag here. Thank you for the 10.01 check, Krunar. Thank you very much, I Sell Salt. I think that is 65.006 cents, I believe. Only relevance we got past the Czech crown was Czechoslovakia. And then look at that. Now it's gone. What if we brought the gang back together? What if we bring Czechoslovakia back? Just because it would be funny, I don't know. Ooh, Maui, that makes my life really easy. Manila. Those guys are slightly better in the Philippines, I think, than most of the Philippine countries. They can go like here, actually. There you go. Next, Mescalero in Central America, Rio Grande. I might give you a whole 3 CAD. Let's go. Slovaks are currently becoming Hungary 2.0, so not really viable. Yeah, I like Kilnavoda's idea. Maybe we should go the other way around and dissolve Czechia and Slovakia into even smaller pieces. The Holy Czech Empire. And it's just like one town is its own city-state. Like every single piece is just its own independent country. Okay, these guys are going to go exactly where I think they're going to go. Right there. Who's that? This is Miami. That's going to go next to... That's going to go next to Fox. Then we have... Mianjin. Ooh, Australia, you say? That's crazy. Next. You have Micmac. There you go. Mosquito. There you go. Mississauga. Boom. Mishtek. That's gonna go, boom. I know where these guys go. Boom. Speedrunning these. Mong Kaong. You get to go right here. And you know what? Not you. You also get to go right there. I've just lost it. I just put the country down. How did I lose it already? There it is. Boom. And then guess what? You also get to go there, because these are like really close to each other, those three countries. It's Mong Mao, Mong Kaong, Mong Nai, and Mong Pai, and Mong Yang. Like, they're all going to the same place. This is what we call the Mong tier. And I've already immediately lost it. There it is. In no particular order because I can't be bothered to sort them. Next, Mosi. Formable in Niger. You gotta do some nasty gerrymandering lines though, true. Mosi actually seems interesting. They are a formable, they have their own unique missions, their own ideas, and their own unique decisions that they get, actually. Except that they all seem to be not the greatest. Even with those things. Where are they? They are a formable in Niger. And those are honestly just okay missions as well. They have some things in there. It's not horrible. I'm gonna give them a slightly higher tier than most of the West African countries. And by slightly, I mean they can actually get like a D tier? Yeah, you know what? You get like a D tier. Sure. They have good cavalry? At least Mosi cavalry is famous. Hold on. I mean, they get 10% cavalry combat ability, there's that. 50% cavalry flanking ability. Yeah, okay, that's pretty decent. Next, I don't know what that tag is. Wang Fuan. Don't they start as like a one province subject of another country or something? They're really tiny, tucked away in a corner in Laos. Boom. Next. Muisca. Boom. Next. Mulhouse. They do get their own unique achievement that nobody ever gets because no one likes to decentralize the HRE, so that's cool. Ulm but worse. They get the Ulm but worse tier. Next. I don't remember who this is. Minchin, maybe? Who cares? We're putting it right there. Next. Who is that? Nakawe. In Hudson Bay? That's even worse. Mostly has a print manpower button. Shoot, I have to go back and look at that again? That can't be real. Hold on. Do they have like a unique anything? Where's their print manpower button? What does that mean? Once every 20 years, they can print manpower. They get tribal allegiance too. Okay, maybe we can... Where did I put them? There. These guys are in Hudson Bay. I mean, it's not the worst it could be. There you go. Next. Did I rank Mulhouse? I think I'm losing my mind. I must have. I don't remember where I put them. That's fine. They get 2 print manpower buttons. That's fair. This is Natchez. Maybe when I don't type. Southeastern Woodlands next to Kispoko. This is actually very similar. Because that's Nachitoches. And then we have Navajo. They kind of get extra vibe points because the Navajo code is kind of cool. Like the language is really funky too. So maybe they get extra points for that. Like, we're gonna put them in Apache tier, but like higher than that, you know? Like maybe they get to go here just because the code is cool. There you go. Isn't the Navajo code just the language itself? I don't remember. Next we have Ndongo. Oh wait, haha. I played these guys, didn't I? I played these guys. I've played these games before. And I know that this guy absolutely sucks. He's gonna go straight down. Might even let me how far do we go with this? I mean, like obviously pretty low tier. I think I can live with that. Next, we have... Who is that? Nahia. North America. Hudson Bay area. This is New Providence. Not the worst country to play. Pretty decent. We're gonna give that the Pirate Republic tier. And then we have, wait, hold on. These next 5, I think, are all pretty much Aotearoa, right? Which means they get pretty low on the list. And the only reason Aotearoa gets F tier instead of yikes is because they don't have to reform. But you know what? Like, I might change my mind on that. They might even get yikes tier. Yeah, you know what? I've changed my mind. They're getting yikes tier. And they're actually going to get, like... Is that also one of them? Yes. There we go. What's the worst country you have played of all time? Probably the Kamchadels. Or Australia. No, you know what? No, Australia's worse. Playing at all in Australia is terrible. Not Hawaii? No, Australia is worse than Hawaii. That's why we literally have the Australian tags at the bottom and the Hawaiian tags are right here. Wasn't playing in Australia so bad you had to cheat? Playing in Australia is so bad you have to use an exploit, so like pretty much yes. Like, Hawaii is a whole lot of nothing, but at least you can do stuff eventually. But when you're playing in Australia, you just do nothing. You just sit there for like 200 years. Like, there's actually nothing for you to do. You unite Australia, and then you do nothing. Just actually nothing. Anyway, we have Nupa here, who is going to be kind of like this tier. Yeah. We have Nyunga. Also in Australia. Wow, isn't that crazy? Oahu? Hawaii tier? Okay, Owinge, which is... I think it's near Pueblo? Maybe? And to clarify, you played Australia like 6 years ago for the channel, right? Yeah, something like that. Somewhere around that. Wasn't it a year ago? Maybe. Between a year and like a year and a half ago. Get to go there. That's Ojibwe, I think. There you go. That is Oneida, which should be grouped with you. So you should be grouped with them as well. Who is this? Oneota. I don't really know who this guy is, but he's like sort of Great Lakes-ish. So you're gonna go like here. Then we have Opal. Opola. Opal. And they're gonna go... I don't remember where I put the other Silesian tags. That's not Silesian. Here? Nope. I don't remember. Put them right there. Sure. It was 6 years ago and gaslighting isn't real. That's true. How many countries are left? I'm trying not to count them, but you know what? I'm okay counting them at this point because we've gone through so many. It's 4 times 21. That gives us 84 plus... 84 plus 18? It was like 102, sort of. Chat, how do we get him to not lock in so we can get a stream 4? There will be no stream 4. We are speed running this. We're making good progress. We've already cleared like half of this already, and the rest of these are not that hard to rank. We're gonna keep going. Next, that is Ormond? Maybe? Hold on. That's not Ormond. That's Osage. Great Lakes? That's gonna be the Great Lakes tier. Congrats. Next, Oshiega. Did you know that there is a concert called Oshiega? There's your fun fact for the day. We have Osnabrück. It's actually not a concert, it's more like a music festival called Oshiega. Anyway, Osnabrück, we're gonna throw that right in there. Boom. Next. Otomi. I don't remember what their religion is. Oh, they don't actually exist according to the wiki. That's really cool. Not sure what to do with that information. How many crowns for you to redo? 20 trillion crowns. I'm pretty sure I've seen Otomi though. I could have sworn I've seen that tag somewhere. I'm pretty sure it's like... Isn't it... I don't know, man. Disqualify them for not existing? I'm pretty sure they exist, yeah. Central America. Their capital is in Xilotepec. You know what, let's... I'm just gonna put him in the yikes tier. I don't know, man. Here you go, dude. That is, I think, Ottawa. Wow, that's crazy. That's also like a city. Isn't that wacky? I think a lot of these places actually are. It's funny how, like, the tribe Ottawa is nowhere near the city of Ottawa. Like, it's not even close. Like, it's... Like, when you play EU4, it's in a completely different location. But that is funny. Next, we have Pakaha. Somewhere in Mississippi. I don't remember where I put the Mississippi tags. You know what? That's gonna have to be close enough. You get to go into the rainbow flag area. There you go. And then we have, what is that, Padua? Paderborn, not real. I'm starting to think NA is not fun to play in. What makes you say that? I can't imagine what influenced that opinion. This is Padua. You know what? I'm getting really lazy with these ones, I'm not gonna lie. I'm just throwing them in there at this point. Is that Pagaruyung? I think. That is. They actually have their own ideas, though. Okay, we should pay attention to these guys. They don't have their own missions, I don't think. Also Theravada. Tragically. Not a fun religion to play. But they get Tolerance of Heathens, Missionary Strength. What a wacky combo. Global Trade Power. They get Republican Tradition, I guess, if they want it. National Unrest. Trade Efficiency. And that's about the extent of the things we care about. They do get a gold mine, though, don't they? Isn't that Pagaruyung? I think. Anyway, yeah, I don't know. Just low tier somewhere. Like, a lot of these countries, like, these don't even deserve D tier. Like, the French minor countries actually do deserve a higher tier, but I just can't be bothered to move all of them. People are gonna be like, what? All of these random Indonesian tags above the French ducal countries? Yup. I'm not moving them. That's just how it is. Pahang. I kind of remember these guys. They exist on the peninsula, and they're like one province, I think. I'm pretty sure. And they're Mahayana? That sucks, man. That's a shame. You know what? I gotta start being meaner to some tags. You guys get to have this tier, actually. Palawa. We know where that's going. Australia tier. Next. Palembang? Actually a solid, pretty decent country. I have played Palembang. But how solid? They're at least like Cambodia solid. Pirate Republic, I think they have their own missions. Pretty decent ideas. Stream 4 is the cleanup stream before you post this to Twitter? No way he can put Bohemia S tier onto Twitter. It's going up. It is going to be... Where to put Bohemia? Boom, right there. It is going into S tier. Going straight up on Twitter. That's too bad. That's life. Pangasinan. I'm gonna be meaner to some countries. You're gonna get this tier. Pasai. Same thing. Congrats. Passau. Let's see. They're Buddhists, so they deserve a lower tier. That's true. Vassal of Munich. Yeah, you get like the clerical HRE tag tier. Boom. Next. This is Pawnee. Great Plains, North America. And I like their flag though, that's pretty cool. Trying to remember where I put all these other tags. Where did I put the one that this should sit next to? There we go, Comanche. Okay, then we have Penobscot. They can be right next to Mahican, I guess. Then we have Peoria. Stream Force, another Tim Hortons coffee rant. Real? True? These guys go next to Osage, which I'm forgetting what the flag looks like. These guys. And we have Pequot. I think someone mentioned something about Pequot earlier, but I don't remember what they said. Corbett, can you speak French? Barely. You'd think I'd be able to speak a lot more, because I kind of had to learn French for like 11 years. I think 11 years. You would think, right? But no, not really. I gotta brush up on my Duolingo. That's exactly what someone living in the Maritimes would say. Okay, but I don't live in the Maritimes though, so checkmate. Man, I'm getting sleepy. Somehow the... What's the word I'm looking for? The monotony of doing this tier list has become so mind-numbing that it has countered the caffeine in my system and somehow made me sleepy again. Nap stream. I'm gonna take a nap after this. Probably not. I'm joking. Creating a 1,000 tag tier list makes you sleepy? I mean, a little bit, you know. Just a little. Anyway, we have Parak. And that's because you have ADHD. I do not have ADHD. Parak releasable by Malacca. Okay, well, you know what? We're just gonna throw it into... No, I'm gonna be meaner. I'm gonna be meaner. We're putting it in this tier. We need more tags in F tier to balance things out. Clearly an objective way to make a tier list. Is that Pomerania? Is that an actual playable country that sometimes has things? He probably can't speak French because he's Norwegian and only pretends to be Canadian. That's true. You can play as dogs? Yes. What does Pomerania get? I'm gonna be honest. This is kind of some mid. This is some super mid. Pomerania, more like Pomerania. Got him. Maybe actually the worst of the German formables. Is that even Pomerania? Like, am I crazy? Did I... Hold on. That's not even Pomerania. I've just lost my mind, chat. It's not even Pomerania. The brain rot has set in. It's too much. I'm too far gone. It's over. It's not even Pomerania. That's Perugia. And no one corrected me. Yeah, you guys just let me make a fool of myself like that. That's cool. That's Perugia. I'm putting it into like the Italian minor country tier, which I've kind of lost track of, so it's right there now. That looks like a tag that I can easily put into the yikes tier. That's Pima. Pima, I'm pretty sure, is like right next to these guys, maybe, I think, possibly. Okay, I'm gonna use the washroom before we finish this off. We don't even have that many tags left, chat. This is super easy. But I will be right back. Give me a second. Bonjour.
Not even real, actually.
They call it a washroom yet use dry paper to clean themselves, typical Anglo whimsy.
Thank you, ISL Salt, for the 69.69 Czech currency. Have you heard of the concept of washing your hands? That might give us a clue. Where did stream 2 and 3 go? This is stream 3. You gotta touch your own skin after anyway? Not stream, Steam? Where did Steam 2 and 3 go? What? I thought it was just a typo. What does that mean? Anyway, Pirate Republic, that's Port Royal. Port Royal. Literally the same place. That is Potawatomi, which is a formable, based... Oh, but it exists in 1444. Typo to a typo. Basically, these guys do not have any ideas that are any crazier than anybody else around them, so they go in the same tier. That would be this one. Next, we have, what is this last one? Potiguara in the Amazon. Yikes, that's a really, really big shame. Basically, you get to go here. Next, Powhatan. Northeastern Woodlands. Wait, they have Northeastern Woodlands ideas, but they're in the Southeastern America region? They're Eastern Algonquin. What's really funny is that actually makes them even worse. Because their culture group is different than the other tags around them in the same area, it makes it even harder for them to form a federation. So it actually makes them even worse than the countries around them. Unless they move, I guess. But anyway. Should do a tier list ranking their flags? No. We're gonna go, we're gonna put Prom in this tier, I think, just because. Yeah. I like their name because you can do like the funny, haha, we're playing Prom, the Proman Empire guys. Isn't that super funny, guys? Burmese ideas. They're basically like Taungu, but worse. Wait, what missions do you have? Presumably they have some missions and maybe they're not that bad. Okay, you know what? Fine, we're gonna move them up. There you go. Alrighty, we are looking at... I don't know what that is. That is Pueblo? Revolter Tag Pueblo. Okay, well I can't do much with that information. I guess it's just kind of go here. There you go, next. Purepecha. We know where that's going. That's gonna go right here. Next. Quito in Peru. That's gonna go with the rest of those kinds of countries. Right there. Maybe right here. Next, we have Kizkiz, which has an achievement, but like, do we care that much? Not really. Unless they have decent ideas. Isn't Purepecha the only one in Mesoamerica to have unique ideas besides the Aztecs? Okay, well now I have to check. They do have their own ideas. And they're actually pretty decent. Darn it, okay, fine. We're gonna move them up. Kiskis, just drop them in there. That's life, unfortunately. Okay, then we have Regensburg. I think they have their own ideas, maybe. They have Bavarian ideas? Bavarian Free City. That's crazy. Okay, congrats, man. You get to go. You get to go right here. They have a bishop. Next. We get our funny pirate country, Rügen. These guys are like a regular HRE country, but cooler. So they actually get bumped up to like a C tier, in my opinion. They're like, yeah. Not at all how you say that. That's a shame. As the honorary non-German German, I will complain. Tragic. What is it like? We're talking about like Rügen, right? Like, that's too French. I started that way too French. Rügen or something. It's like a gain, not like a gen. Rügen or something. I don't know. It's like close enough. We have Raid. That is my favorite. Raid Shadow Legends. Rügen. Something like that. I'm trying. Raid gets to go pretty far down on the list. I mean, they can reform out of their society thing, but it just kind of sucks. So, Roman Empire. Okay, placeholder, it goes here, but like, give me a second. Because I don't remember what they changed with Rome. They did something about Rome. Something with Rome, kind of. They made it easier to form, kind of. But I think they also changed some things, didn't they? You unlock the Roman Empire and Roman Republic reforms. Your primary culture becomes Roman. Didn't they do more than that, though? Okay, well, they get discipline and Republican tradition, national unrest, diplo rep, 20% stability, 15% land force limit, 10% infantry combat ability, 20% production, tax, admin efficiency, 25% core creation cost, minus 5 years of separatism, and 33% national manpower. I'm thinking. The thing is, there are no missions associated with Rome, which does bring them down quite a bit compared to other countries. They have really, really good ideas, and they have a good government reform, but no missions, which is tragic. But the Roman Empire doesn't need missions. It doesn't, that's true. However, we are ranking each country on the merit of its own stuff. Actually, Germany does have real missions. You form Germany and you gain the German missions. Like, they have a unified German missions. Same thing with the Holy Roman Empire. They get their own missions. They kind of share a lot of them with Germany. They aren't real missions? Okay, we got the no true missions fallacy. But basically, yeah, the Roman Empire, unfortunately, is not even as good as the Holy Roman Empire, because at least those guys have their own missions. It's just claims? No. You can get more things from that. You can get, like, admin efficiency, can't you? From the missions? I'm pretty sure they have, like... They have real missions. Hold on. Holy Roman Empire country, not mechanic. Okay, so the Holy Roman missions. From the missions, you can get, what is it, like goods produced. You can get dev cost, production efficiency in some areas, another minus 5% core creation cost, 200 governing capacity, a missionary war score cost versus other religions, 20% max effect of absolutism, 20% max effect of absolutism, minus 10% overextension impact modifier. So yeah, I'd say the Holy Roman Empire is actually mechanically stronger than the Roman Empire. Like, their missions are actually good. Yeah, the old German missions were bad, but they updated them, yeah. As a Europe non-enjoyer, I completely forgot Germany got updated. Counterpoint, you form Germany, you don't need admin efficiency anymore. Counterpoint, we love buffs because it lets us do cool things better. Do you need the admin efficiency? No. But would you like to annex Russia in one war? Yes. Anyway, next. Rothenburg. They actually have some decent stuff. Power taken heathen provinces give no penalties. Morale of armies, fort defense. Construction cost, land force limit, discipline, manpower, And they get the Franconian missions, which are pretty okay. They get like a high tier. Might even get like a C, maybe. Yeah. Rupin? I don't even know if I care enough about Rupin. Basic German ideas? Okay. Alright, buddy. That is Salish, I think. Salish can actually go in the same tier as... you? And we have Saluzzo. Saluzzo is actually goated. Saluzzo has ideas that are so strong that I'm willing to bump him up several tiers. Just to recap, they start with minus 15% aggressive expansion and 10% combat ability, or infantry combat ability. Then provincial trade power, goods produced, morale of armies, movement speed, trade steering, missionary strength, and tolerance of the true faith. Then, well, I mean tax. And then finally, minus 15% core creation cost. That is Saluzzo. That is a one province minor in Italy. They're kind of crazy like that. This is Sambar or something like that. Sambas. Pretty sure they're in Borneo, and I can't be bothered to look at their ideas. I'm sorry, Sambas. I'm sorry, Sambas enjoyers. Next, that is Samoa. It's gonna go right down here. The one Sambas enjoyer. Satapo in Southeast North America. Okay, I'm gonna put him in the same spot as Ichizi and Jawara. Then we have Seneca, which I'm pretty sure is very close to the other Iroquois tags. Actually, aren't they part of the Iroquois Confederacy, maybe, I think? Sorry, that's way too high. What am I doing? You guys get to go here. Then we have Shoshone, who is in Cascadia, but like not that far into Cascadia. So they don't get like this tier, they get to go like here. Then with Siak, who I think might actually have some things. I should check. Well, they certainly don't have their own Wikipedia page. Sumatran, Mandala system. Okay, I'm gonna put them where I put Pasai. Now we have Siam. Siam is actually really, really good. We can reasonably put Siam somewhere in this tier, I think. They are surprisingly strong. So to start with, they get 10% morale of armies, 25% national manpower modifier. They get 15% admin advisor cost reduction, which is decent. 15% cav combat, +1 cavalry fire, insane stuff. +2 diplo rep, -10% dev cost. -15% diplo annex cost and culture conversion cost. +0.5 yearly absolutism, which is something... I don't like how they have the idea cost towards the end, but whatever. And then 5% discipline. But that's before their missions, which I think give them extra cool things. I think. Maybe. Unless they don't, and I actually lied. Maybe I lied. Maybe they're not as strong as I thought they were. Don't they also get a formable? They are the formable. What is this tag? Siam, that we're talking about. Maybe the only reason I think Siam is strong is because Siam is a country that, like, anybody can form or something. The funny 2 disasters required to form them. I mean, yeah, okay. If you're playing as Ayutthaya, then I think so, yeah. Permaclaims on China is kind of crazy, I'm not gonna lie. Permaclaims on all of China. Okay, maybe I lied. Maybe they're not that strong. Let me bring them down a little bit. Maybe you actually... Maybe you get Lithuania tier. Could claim the mandate? Yeah, I mean, you could do that, I guess. Don't need permaclaims on China. You get cores with Unified China CB. That's true. And the mandate isn't even like a debuff now. What do we have next? We have Sioux. Formable by uniting a federation, but it exists in 1444. Fascinating. Lane's native ideas. Okay, so basically they get to go. Where's that one country? This one? Oh, yeah, here. Okay, next. Spoleto in Italy. That's crazy. Congrats. You're just gonna do this. Sure. Next, Statacona. Congrats. Next. Stettin. Isn't that like one of the Pomerania countries that like you can form Pomerania with, but no one wants to play anyway? Like who's gonna pick Stettin and be like, yeah, let me form Pomerania instead of, you know, Prussia? Formerly Polish place. Yes. So that makes it cool, I guess. Pomeranian nationalists, true. Stettin is small with a big center of trade, though. That could be the one. I know there are two there. There's Stettin and there's the other one. Okay, congrats. You get to have this. Yeah, there you go. I think that's Sunda. Sunda's actually pretty strong. I'm gonna put him... where'd I put those other guys? Because Sunda's better than most of them. I feel like you could reasonably put Sunda... like here. Higher than a D tier, honestly. You could reasonably put Sunda here, I think. But I don't want them to be stronger than their formable, so where did I put their formable? I don't remember what the flag looks like for their formable, but they get one, and it is stronger. Stronger than usual. Yeah, Sunda has decent ideas, a decent starting position, and decent missions. And then you... I mean... Is it Bantam? Did I put Bantam in B? B for Bantam? Cirebon. That's what I'm thinking of. Cirebon. Cirebon and Bantan are really close to one another. And Sunda is just like not as good as them. Bantan, Cirebon. Now, where did I just put Sunda? I put him here. That's reasonable. That's fair. Next. I think that's Susquehannock. Yup. Susquehannock. We're gonna put them... We're gonna put them near the other Iroquois tags, like Seneca. Then we have Swabia, who I think gets their own specific, like, better Swabian missions compared to when you're, like, a small country. And they're decent missions, I think. I don't think you actually get any PUs, though, do you? You get a lot of claims, but... Yeah, so you get the Swabian minor missions. And then you reform Swabia. You beat up Austria, and you get the permanent claims on Austria. And then you take over Italy. And then you get yearly prestige and legitimacy for the rest of the game. You get absolutely 0 personal unions. But you can do a crusade for Jerusalem and give yourself morale of armies and missionary strength for the rest of the game, I guess. So, I mean, there you go. That's Swabia. It is not one of the better German formables. It is not even Bavaria tier, to be honest. It is kind of... Yeah, there you go. Next, we have these synthetics, which actually go into the same tier as Jan Mayan. They're like virtually the same thing. At least I think they're the same thing. They're both like Easter egg tags. Yeah, they have the exact same invasion modifier. They do the exact same thing, okay. We're getting towards the end, chat. I'm starting to shut down mentally. I've just been staring at the same screen, doing the same thing for 4 hours. This must be what it feels like to work an email job, where all you do is just sit at the computer and you just kind of sit there and you look busy, and then you get an email, and then you reply to that email, and then you do nothing for the next 4 hours. Anyway, we have Tahon Tainrat. Me when I can't spell. They are also Iroquois. They're Huron. Okay. I can work with that. You guys get to go next to the other Huronian tags, which I don't remember where I put them. I think that's one of them. This guy is a New Zealand tag. I recognize them. They get to go here. Then we have Tyrona, which is in Amazonia and in Colombia. Honestly, yeah. Next, honestly, yeah. Next. Teotitlan. Actually, it's Teotitlan. There's like a weird little sound there. And that I'm horrible at pronouncing. Have you ever heard of the definition of insanity? Yeah, trying to rank every single EU4 country. Anyway, yeah. Teotitlan is going to go to the same tier as all of the other ones that I have near Mexico that aren't the Aztecs. Except for that one that has their unique ideas, so we push them up a little bit. Rank every character in CK3 or CK2. Did you guys see the other tier list that's going on today? Saffron is ranking all of the EU5 dev diaries in a tier list. I'm sure she started on that already. Probably. Anyway, Ternates. I'll be nicer to these guys. They can have like Okay, well, let's not get ahead of ourselves. They have cloves, which is cool, but that's kind of all they have going for them. You get... I mean, at least they have missions, I guess. They're not amazing, though. You get this tier. Have fun. Nice niche vassal for colonizing. That is pretty much what they've been relegated to. Next, we have the 3 leagues. It's like Switzerland, but worse. But in some ways, a little bit better. They start with discipline. They get morale of armies, construction cost. Minus 20% liberty desire from subjects development is certainly unique. And then they do get 15% infantry combat ability, which is something. So that is a really solid like high E tier, in my opinion. Next, guess what? You're going in the exact same spot that I put these guys. That's Timbuktu, I think. I don't remember what they were given in the update. In Origins. Old Mali flag tier. Is this really the old Mali flag? That is pretty funny. Okay, well it doesn't tell me what they got. I don't know if they have missions or anything. I'm gonna put them in the same tier as like Kanem Bornu. If I can remember where I put them. Wait, that's Wadai right there. I might as well put him here. Screw it. Okay. Next. That's Tio Nantate. I'm just gonna throw him somewhere, man. I'm just gonna put him somewhere. They got Timbuktu, which is one of the few good provinces in the area. That's true. That's pretty Timbuktu. Got him. We're so close to the end. We're so close. What is it, chat? Less than 50 left? Less than 40 left? We're so close. Tiwi. Easy. Australia tier. Next. Tlapanek. Easy. We're putting that in the Mexico tier. Boom. You also go into Mexico tier. I kind of forget your name. Tolima? Tlaxcala. That was completely off. My bad. Next. I don't even remember your name, but I know that you're in Mesoamerica. So guess what? You're going into the tier. There you go, buddy. Next. Please get a better flag tier. Who is that? Tondo? Tondo, more like, time to go get a better flag. I don't know, man. There you go. I don't even remember where those guys are. Next. Tonga, yup, going into this tier. Next, that looks like a Pirate Republic. It automatically goes in the Pirate Republic tier. Tortuga. Yeah, that works. Totonac. That goes into this tier. Isn't Tondo Philippines? Shoot, you're right. Tondo is Philippines. You're actually right. Where did I put the Philippines tags? I put Matias here. I'm gonna be meaner to these tags because the structure of the entire tier list is starting to fall apart. And at this point, that's just how it is. Next. Trent. they have some surprisingly good ideas, actually. That's kind of weird. Okay, well, you know what? Sure. Go for it, man. Yeah, that's actually surprising. They do have good ideas. You get to go above Brittany, actually. Have fun. I don't remember who that is. Tupinamba. I remember you now. You get to go in this tier. Same with you. I remember you. Not your name, but I know you're in Brazil. Tupiniquim. That's the one. Tuscarora. Where is that? Iroquois. Southeast America, Iroquois. Okay. Have fun, man. There you go. Next. Sicily. Or is that two Sicilies? I guess it would have to be two Sicilies, wouldn't it? Well, they actually get things that are good. Two Sicilies gets 10% morale of armies, 20% national manpower, minus 5% tech cost, minus 1 national unrest, plus 1 possible policy. They get yearly naval tradition, minus 10% core creation cost, 20% ship trade power, 15% morale of navies, 10% goods produced, and plus 1 yearly prestige. They also share the Neapolitan missions. So basically, we're going to find Naples, and then we're going to put this a little bit above them. Boom. Congrats. Next. Did I really put Naples below Navarra? I've changed my mind. Next, we have Tzotzil. Central America moment. And then we have Vanuatu. Yep, you're going down into this tier. Have fun. You also go into that tier. I don't remember your name. Is that Fiji, maybe? That wouldn't make sense. It's Viti. Oh, I mean, yeah, that is the Fiji formable, isn't it? Then we have... Who is this? That's Viti Levu. How did I get Viti before Viti Levu? I don't know. Anyway, same spot. There you go. And that is... Waitaha. You get New Zealand tier. VT is surprisingly good because anyone can form them. I'm not moving them. That's too bad. I mean, it's cool that anyone can form them. But on their own, I mean, they just exist as like a stepping stone then, right? They are nothing but a tool in a toolbox for people who want to do ridiculous world conquests. But on their own, as a country to play, not that great. Wampanoag is going to go next to Susquehannock. That's going to be right here. And then we have, what is that, Cusco? Why did I say Cusco? We know where Cusco is. We already ranked it. That's Huanca. It's also in the Andes. That's why I said Cusco. It's gonna go right there. Congrats. Next, that is Wenri. Wenro. Also in the same spot. If I can remember where I just put things. Wichita. Plains native ideas. Those are really not that good. They're gonna go where Cheyenne is. Then we have Wichita. Then we have Volgast, which is basically the other guy, but a little bit better, I think. Like Stettin, but a little better. When you think about it, Stettin is actually just Volgast food. Is that Stettin? Is that Pomerania? That's not Stettin. Wait, what tag even is that? That's Stettin. Okay, and then we have... Who is this? I don't even know. Wurundjeri. Ooh, easy. Australia tier, let's go. That is... this one is Shu. I can just do that immediately. That goes right into this tier. And then, who's that? Jalisco. Huh. What do you know? Yo, this flag is actually fire, though. The turtle with a little arrow? That's amazing. That is, unfortunately, also in Australia. Yikes. Next, that's Yao, which is in West Africa. And I'm pretty sure they have something going for them. Sort of, maybe. Or maybe not. Well, at the very least, they get to go in this tier. Nice. Okay, then we have... I mean, I know that this is Yatenga, and basically they're just gonna like go in the same tier as this guy. This other tag is... Who's that? Yaqui? Central America, California? Oh, I actually know where these guys are. They get to go. I just need to find where I put the other ones. Here? Yes. Then we have Yokotan. Central America. Like, the Mayan part, I think. Okay, this is actually a flag. It is Yokuts. Which I'm pretty sure is also like... Oh, not that high up. Pretty sure is also like here-ish. Then Yolngu is Australia. Zazao. Unrelated question, when is the next Lizard Folk video? I haven't even started on the second one, if I'm being real with you. We'll get there when we get there. Did you know that Chickasaw is the only tag together with Cherokee to have unique ideas among Totemist natives? I'm saying that because I think I saw them between everyone else. Maybe. Did I know that? I don't remember. I don't remember what Chickasaws flag looks like. Oh, yes. Okay, I do remember them. Yes. I looked at their ideas and I'm like, yep, that's a mid, and then I put it right there. Anyway, Zazao with house and ideas. Can I just put them next to Hausa then? I don't know why I'm asking chat for permission. It's my tier list. Next. That's Zuni, which I think goes similar spot to these guys. Well, I mean, to be honest, it should be more like this. I think. Unless that's not Zuni. Hold on. Sorry, that was Zia, not Zuni. I know, like, I recognized the flag and I knew where to put it from that. I mean, also Zuni's like in the same place. Yeah, that's Zia. This one is Zuni. And with that, we are done. Queen Amina is busted. Okay, I'll move Zazao up a little bit. Fine. Fine. We're not done until I move that, I guess. Where did I just put them? I can't remember where I put Zazao. The brain rot set in too quickly. It's over. I can't find them. I'm not moving them. If I can't find them, then I can't move them. That's life. I just sort of put them in a tier and then moved on with my life. Okay, yeah. Since I can't find them and I don't remember where I put them, that's too bad. They're not getting moved. Unless? No, that's not them. Timbuktu should be higher due to their capital? That's a shame. Now put it on the wiki so that it's official. Nah. This is the least official possible EU4 country tier list. Look at that, chat. Every single EU4 country. Email it to Paradox's indisputable canon. Stellaris, every possible planet ever tier list. That's a good idea. Oh my god, I'm so glad we finished this at a decent time. It's so far zoomed out, it looks like a white noise. Everything alright with the please nerf? Yes. Every troop type tier list. Actually, every tech group tier list would be a lot easier to make a tier list for. But here we are, chat. This is it. It's gonna be such a small resolution that nobody's going to be able to find any of the countries they're looking for, and therefore it will be very funny. How long did it take to make this tier list, actually? Let me count up the hours. So we have this one. This has been about, let's call it 4.5 hours for this. So that's, 13 hours and 15 minutes, and then it's like 22 and a half hours, kind of. Yeah. All this work and we got an Andian flag as a result. What's the total country count for the whole tier list? It's 991 countries. Sorry, 971 countries. $23 hours. Beautiful. About 1 minute and 23 seconds per country. It's actually not bad. It's actually not bad at all. Alright, well, my brain is mush at this point. I don't even know what I'm gonna do. Because I thought this stream would take a lot longer, and I do have things to do later, but like a lot later. I think I might just chill. Money's not even real, actually.
I just got here. Where is Vinland?
Vinland, I'm sure if you just like look close enough, you'll find it. It's somewhere in there. You just gotta keep looking. Thank you, Rosset, for the $2 super chat. According to your lists, which is the most mid nation ever? The most mid? Delhi. But not like the India Delhi, like the DELI. That Delhi. We're like, yeah, what's in the exact middle? It's like a toss-up between, what is that? Port Royal or something, and then whatever this is to the left. I don't even remember. Yeah, don't worry, guys. So next stream, we're going to do a ranking real-life countries tier list, where we rank every single country in real life. I think that's going to be really good and cause absolutely no problems. I think that'll make everyone happy. Real-life political parties tier list. Real-life ideologies tier list. I think that's a really good idea. Even better, real-life religions tier list. This will cause absolutely no problems. Anyway, yeah, no, okay, that whole stream was completely mind-numbing. I think I'm probably gonna see if we can just shuffle ourselves over to Saf's stream. Assuming that she's streaming. I feel like she would be at this point. Is she doing... Yeah, she's doing her ranking all 135 EU5 Dev Diaries stream. Let's go. I hope you guys still hunger for more for more tier list ranking, because that's where we're gonna go next. How do I do that? Hold on. Let's go and redirect. There's got to be a redirect button somewhere. Redirect to Here we go. Perfect. Okay, chat. We're gonna end things off for today, and I'm just gonna give myself, I would say I would give my brain a rest, but what I mean by that is that I'm going to do something more mentally stimulating. Like literally anything else. I feel like I could watch paint dry and it would probably be better for my long-term mental health. That being said, thank you all very much for being here. We aren't going to do any raids on the Twitch half of this stream, so you guys just do whatever, I guess. But I will see you guys tomorrow morning for a very special stream. I'm sure everyone's going to attend, of course. Nobody's gonna miss that one. Surely. Saf just finished her stream? No. This can't be real. This can't be true. Say it ain't so. Okay, well, we're gonna end the stream now anyway. So basically, thank you guys for being here, alright? I'll see you guys tomorrow morning. It's the Horse Girl stream, isn't it? It is the Horse Girl stream. I'm sorry. Anyway, see you tomorrow. Bye, bit. That's the wrong button. I need to change my scenes a little bit to make it easier to click the right one. Anyway, see ya, chat.